Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Who do we have here? Mr. Earl. Mr. Earl appearing after all hope was lost. After all calculations and all math led to us believing that it wouldn't happen. We thought that there'd be no streamings, but the Earl is back. He's back. I knew the second that I launched Minecraft, you'd start streaming. Oh, wow! Alchemic! You can play Minecraft if you want to. Should play some Minecraft. I was playing Minecraft while I was watching Mini stream. You want to enjoy some mining, my friend? I would be happy to sit in your other monitor if you want to. I'm sorry. I remember we ran through like the math of how unlikely it is for me to stream as each hour goes on. Okay. But I'm here. Today I'm trying to make a nice low pressure stream, you guys. Gonna play some silly Frog Detective. Maybe play some Hades. Bing, bang, boom. You thought I was gonna bail on y'all? I'm trying to get better at something that I'm gonna try today is a little bit less pressure. I want to just hang out with you guys. I feel like sometimes I can get a little bit too caught up in like performing or making it like a show. I don't know. I think at least sometimes I want to take a break from that and just hang out with you guys, play a game or something. So I'm not even turning on my camera. No camera stream, you guys. No cameras. Just gonna play some games and hang out. Not worry about anything else. Sometimes, always, always immense pressure. But it's my fault. It's not y'all's fault. It's me putting too much pressure on myself. And I think I might take some time to rearrange my room a little bit. I'm still very much not pleased. So I think I'm gonna adjust some things. I might change so that I can actually like keep I think I want to make it so that I can actually have a bed in this room. So I don't know. Maybe I'll take some time and redo some stuff. Oi, Independent Oreo, how are you doing? Darren, my wizardly friend. Darren, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Ahsoka, hi there. Demi Sweet, welcome. How are you doing? We're going to be playing a cute frog game. We're going to do some suspicious detective work. Maybe your bedroom should have a bed. Yeah, for the past 2 nights, I've just slept on the ground. I slept on I mean, it's carpet, but I slept on the carpet for the last couple of days. Yeah, because because my bed is like blocked by the Lego table right now. I need to make this room more livable. Oi, Lynn, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Twitter butt. Oi. Twitter, how are you doing? Welcome. All's good in the hood, in the neighborhood. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing nice, my friend. Today's a good day. You're learning a song on your clarinet right now, and you're finally getting good at it. Nice. Independent Oreo, I love that feeling. It's been I haven't practiced much music recently, but there have been those times that like I'll sit down and I'll really focus and do like a lot of playing the same song in a row and like rereading the notes and getting it. And getting it is such a nice feeling. I honestly, I want to I want to do that again. I need to do it again. I need to whip out the ocarina and learn. Feels so good to learn a little musical piece. Also, Kenny, please, it's not good for your back to sleep on the floor. Is that true, Twitter? I thought that there was evidence that a harder surface was better for your back. I guess it all kind of depends on the person, right? And the way that you're laying. This is all very complicated. I feel like we should do a large scale study. Yeah. Get the bed in there, bud. Just make it up in the mornings, and it's no big if it's in the background a smidge. Yeah. Oi. The girl who bakes. Erica, thank you so much for the 14 months. Oi. Thank you so much, girl who bakes, for the sub. 14 big months. Holy moly. Thank you so much, girl who bakes, for the support. I appreciate it. 14 months of hanging out with me. Oh, what? Are you not tired of me yet? I thought that we were trying to I can't believe that you're still here. Jet, how are you doing? What's up, friendo? I saw you over in Minnie's chat yesterday. I saw you there. Jet. I don't think I said hello because I was kind of lurking. I was lurking, but I heard Minnie mention that you were there. I hope that you had a good day yesterday. Oi. King of Squirrel, how are you doing? What's up? Oi. You can always just take a picture of your setup and make it a green screen background. You know that is like exactly... Like, that's one of the really good ways to get realistic green screen is by having it lit in the same environment. Like, if you have the exact same environment that you're in, then you can, you can easily cheese it. People do that all the time. Well, it's not, I don't like my background. I don't like it. I don't know why. It's just, I don't prefer it. I don't think that it looks good to me. To me, I don't like it. I don't like the angle. I want to work on it. I want to make it better, or at least more simple. Because I think that it's probably because there's so much room exposed. I think that it looks dumb. You've been on the couch for 2 days. You ran out of medication because of COVID. You had some bad side effects. Oh no, Jet. Were you saying that you had a headache? I'm sorry. That sucks, Jet. I hope that you start feeling better. Lurk to play some Skyrim and unwind. All right, Twitter. Congratulations on your successful job interview. That's awesome sauce. Enjoy your Skyrim. Thanks very much for the lurk. I appreciate it. It was good to see you, Twitter. Von Chick, hiya. Kenny, I'm sorry for not talking much. Had your second vaccine yesterday? What? Vaughn, don't apologize. How are you doing? Besides feeling kind of bad, I hope that you're doing some fun stuff while you're feeling crummy. It all depends on how the sickness goes, eh? It's like sometimes I feel sick and I don't want to do anything. Sometimes I feel sick and I just sit down and sip on tea and watch a show that I like. That's it. It all kind of depends. Oh, wow. Eraser. Well, hello there. Hi-bye. Good to see you. Good to not see you. Bye-bye. Are you going to become the local frog? Yes, we are going to become Frog Detective 2. And we're going to solve the case of the invisible wizard who has been killed. There's Yes, an invisible wizard has unfortunately been killed in this city, and we will play the Frog Detective, and we will investigate this scenario. Find out what happened to that invisible wizard. Howdy, folks. Can't stop because I have work tomorrow. Just wanted to wish y'all a good stream. A-Star, we'll see you later. Hopefully I'll be a little bit earlier tomorrow. So I apologize, A-Star. But yes, we can hopefully hang out tomorrow. We'll see you later, my friend. Get some good sleep. Good luck with your work. You gotta make dinner, so you're lurking. All right, get yourself some dinner. Jet is also lurking. Gonna buy some costume for Halloweeny. Ooh, I'd be interested to hear which ones you got. Who killed Darren? Yes, but Darren's not invisible. I mean, actually, technically. I mean, Darren goes invisible sometimes. I think that he calls it instant transmission. Though I suppose that that's teleporting. I don't know if Darren's going invisible or if Darren is teleporting to whatever the room is. I don't know. We'll have to investigate. Dimmy, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. You're gonna be a banana? What? A big banana. A big, beautiful yellow banana. I couldn't think of anybody that would make a more beautiful banana than you, Chet. You'll make the best banana in the... Wait a second. Banana with blue hair. I love it. You're almost done painting your first sculpture that you've been working on for 2 weeks. Nice. Oi, attic salt. This is exciting. Your first sculpture. Are you in like art school or something? Or are you doing it as your own hobby? That is cool beans. Sculptures are awesome sauce. Oi, Pink Monster. How are you doing? It's Kenichu. It's me. Today we're not gonna have a cam on. I mean... I'm trying to relax today. I want to relax and hang out with you guys on this fine Monday. And a fine Monday it is. A banana. I like to eat apples and bananas. Oi, Lynn, thank you for the 3 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 3 bits. The one annoying thing about playing instruments is pain. Your jaw is tired from the clarinet and your fingers hurt from the ukulele. Oh dear. I have never, well, actually my hands did start to cramp up one time whenever I played like an hour or something. Yeah, like an hour of ocarina will tire out my fingers, apparently. But yes, I see. Independent, I haven't even experienced some of that. It sounds rough. No, it's a new hobby and pretty small. Ooh, Attic salt. That's awesome sauce. Pursuing a little bit of art. That sounds good. This sounds good. I like it. I like this. It's a little sculpture. May I ask what the sculpture is of? If you're not too shy about it. If you want to keep it a secret, I understand. An itty bitty bitty. Oh, an itty bitty bitty bitty. A little tiny bitty. But okay, let's start up this game, you guys. Let's. Okay, I'm actually just gonna pause this music because there's already game audio for Frog Detective 2. The Case of the Invisible Wizard. Okay, I want to show. I do want to show the settings in this game. The settings are I've set the correct thing, but the graphics quality is Vengabus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, an inner city disco. Each one of the graphics settings is like part of a song. I'm so confused. I don't even know what that song is, but I'm just going to pick the lowest one because that should be the highest quality, right? It better be. Better be the best quality. Okay. Worm Club, Victoria's state government. What? Who funded this? Okay. Let's see, the audio's a little low, isn't it? I'll get into the game and then I can turn it up a little bit. Frog Detective 2, The Case of the Invisible Wizard. And look at his little smile. He's hardly smiling. I love it. He's very flat very flat expression. Okay. Let's start the game. Time to do some detective work. Some Froggy detective work. Oh, we're back in the thing. Okay. It's still really quiet. Oh, phone. I thought we were supposed to. Oh, there we go. Okay, now the phone's ringing. Okay, can y'all hear the music pretty good? Ring, ring. Hello. Frog Detective Crime Solving Agency. Frog Detective speaking. Hi, Detective. Hi, Supervisor. Why did you hang up on me? What? Oh, is this... Is this where we're starting? Is literally like he hung up from the last conversation. The phone is ringing. No. Are you talking about Wonder Pets? Wonder Pets, we're on our way to solve the blue. Benson, how are you doing? Why did you hang up on me? Huh? We were talking just a moment ago about a new case. The one at Warlock Woods, right? Yeah. I hung up because I got too excited about solving another mystery. That's understandable. Awkward pause. What can you tell me about the new case? It's a doozy, Detective. Hold on to your hat. Supervisor, you know I can't wear hats. Oh yeah, because it cover up his eyeballs. His eyes would be covered by the hat. I'm just going to move me off to the side just a little bit. Sorry. Anyway. Warlock Woods is a fairly small town up north. They don't get many visitors around there. A couple of days ago, a new resident moved in. A shy kind of gal. Doesn't like to be the center of attention. Anyway, she settled into the new house and doesn't go outside to greet anyone. The residents of the town feel like they need to welcome her properly, so they organize a welcoming parade. Great idea. Absolutely. But someone in the town seemed to think otherwise. Last night, the parade decorations were destroyed. What? I know, right? So rude. Nobody has any leads on the case. They don't know who done it. That's where you come in, Detective. That's me. I'm the detective. I am aware. Warlock Woods is a magical town, so it's not the easiest place to get to. You'll need to take an enchanted cart to the end of the line, then travel the rest of the way on foot. Too easy. You'll need to question everybody to get to the bottom of things. Do you think you can solve the mystery? Yep. Great. Up to it. Haha. Haha. Oh, I forgot to mention. The new resident of the woods is... special. She's Invisible. Aye, that was loud. And a wizard. An invisible wizard. Cool. What's the relevance of her being invisible? Nobody knows what she looks like, so they're really excited to find out. Hence the parade and the decorations and the celebrations. They want her to be uninvisible. De-invisibled. Visible. Exactly. Anyway, do you have everything that you need? I have my shoes, my jumper, my pants. I think that I'm missing something. Your magnifying glass. Oh, of course. It's on the table next to the door. Once you pick it up, you'll be ready to solve the mystery. Thanks, Supervisor. Good luck, Detective. This dialogue's excelente. Oi, Lemon Bay Art, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Lemon Bay, we're a froggy detective. A suspicious wizardly disappearance. An invisible wizard that we cannot find. Also, they said dance party for the first game. We were dancing. We were schmoovin'. I forget who we picked. Who was the best dancer in the last game? I'm trying to remember. Did we vote for the girl that had been? Did we vote for the weird chicken that was practicing? You can't wait to see who's the culprit. It could be anybody. As long as I ignore the fact that it's a frog, I'm good. I have severe frog-toad phobia. Oh dear. Lynn, I promise you, this is not a real frog. In fact, doesn't look much like a frog at all. We picked the monkey. It was dancing. It's us. Ah, my trusty magnifying glass. I can't solve mysteries without it. Well, maybe I could, but I wouldn't want to. Loki Prime, what's up? How are you doing? Loki, we're going to go solve some mysteries. Some very suspicious mysteries. Yes. Investigating the painting. Ah, yes, I remember Mr. Koala. A very troubling individuals. I wonder if they have anything to do with it, or if it's a whole new cast of characters. Let's go meet the culprit. We won't know who it is. Oh! It's the Lobster Copster! Oh, Lobster Cop. Wow, he's running! He's moving! Oh! Oh, the door closed on its own. Larry the Lobster. Ah, it's the famous frog detective. Huh? Famous? I'm not famous. Perhaps not, but I'm sure that you will be soon. Wow, I hope so. What brings you to my office, detective? Well, I was just leaving my office, actually. I work next door, right here. Oh, I thought that was a cupboard. Nope, that's my office. I've been putting all my cleaning supplies in there. Yes, I've noticed. I'm in there working every time that you do it. I even say, this is my office. And then you say, sure is, little cleaning frog. And then I say, I'm a crime-solving frog, not a cleaning frog. But usually you're gone already. Excuse my ignorance, detective. I wasn't trying to offend. I'm a very busy boy, head full of mystery. I was expecting him to call himself a boy. I'm a very busy boy, head full of mysteries. Sometimes I forget to be polite. If I was polite all the time, I'd never have time to solve my crimes. I understand. Maybe that's why I'm not as talented as you, Lobster Cop. Perhaps. But detective, you must keep trying. Never give up. I can give you some tips if you'd like. Wow, yes, please. Tip number 1, pay attention. What? You should make sure that you're looking at things and paying attention to words. Yes, quite right. Tip number 2, everyone is a suspect. Ah. Even you. I will suspect myself much more from now on. Good call. Lobster Cop is a killer. That's what I'm saying. He's already said, don't believe anybody. Don't trust anyone. All right, Lobster Cop. You're number one on my list. Also, oi, Loki, you said not feeling too good, but you don't want to sleep? Oh, no. Loki, if you need to get some rest, get some rest. Get some sleep. Lobster Cop just roasted Frog's office. Oh, I thought it was a cupboard. Gremlin noises. Shin, how are you doing? We're solving a froggy mystery, a very slimy mystery. We're getting more tips from the Lobster Cop. Tip number 3: carry a notebook. Oh, I'm not really big on books. They are without exception factually incorrect. Detective, don't be foolish. A book you write yourself cannot be factually incorrect if you are writing facts. I suppose you're right. I don't have a notebook, though. Well, it's your lucky day. I have a spare notebook on my desk. You can decorate it and use it all you like. Wow, really? Yep, there's stickers you can use, too. I've bought them with all my crime-solving money. Cool. I'll let you get to it, Detective. Head into my office when you're ready to decorate. Okay, thanks, Lobster Cop. What? Is it really? Do we really get to, like, put stickers on it? I see stickers, please. Please let me use the stickers. So can I talk to him again? How's your book decorating coming along? It's right there on the desk, you know. I know. I'm just taking my time is all. Well, I haven't got all day. Just kidding. I do have all day. Take as long as you need. Hey, Beowulf, what's up? Yeah, no cam today. No cam today. We're just vibing. We're gonna probably be doing this Frog Detective game, and then we might be playing some Hades, and you can see all the beautiful art if I'm out of the way. Who is this robot over in the oh my gosh. It's got 4 legs. 6 legs. It's got extra legs. Is he on an alien planet? Is him with his suspicious circle of trash? Is he doing some sort of like an exorcism of that trash can? I'm confused. There he's in lily pad zone with some friendly snail and a friendly bee. I see. Also, mediocre pigeon, how are you doing? I came to say hi, good night, have an amazing stream, and hi bye. See you later. Get some rest. Anne. It was good to see you. Excuse me. There are real ghosts, and there's a goat up in that tree. Hi there, I'm just hanging out in this tree, that is. How are you doing? It's him and his ghost friend. that face. I love it. Look, he's a friendly guy. He's got 2 froggy companions. Is that my mother and my father? Mama Frog and Daddy Frog. All right. Let's do our notebook. Which stickers should I pick? And where should they go? Oh, you can! We can put the stickers however we want. And do we get... Oh, I don't think that we don't get endless stickers. We only get 2 of each sticker, and some of these we've only got 1 of. Boop the mods. The mods are good beans. They're good beans. I've never heard of this game, but it's already my favorite. Savvy! I'm so glad that we can share this game together. I'm so glad that we can share this incredible game. You can rotate them however you want. All right. So what I need is a cactus with some fancy shoes, of course. There we go. That's a beautiful cactus. Now, what else can we do? Maybe can we put like a new head on this guy? Ew, what is that his shirt? Okay, hang on. Let's put on, oh, we got 2 more shoes. We got some more shoes. We could make a lovely couple. We'll make a beautiful couple. Oh, we could have used some more of those shoes anyway. Who's next? Who needs legs? Maybe not a bug. He's already got a bunch of legs. Maybe it's Carrot's too small. Carrot's too small to have shoes. Is this too much? I don't think that those are gonna fit him. I don't think his little carrot legs are gonna be. I'm done. He's got extra eyeballs, of course. Those just look like glasses. Hi there, Detective Meow Meow. What's up? Crocodile sticker, detective, colleague. Indeed. Oi, it's good to see you, my friend. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We are trying to decorate our notebook right now. Do you have any suggestions? You could use some new legs. Yours are tired. Oh no. Calico, have you been walking everywhere? This is what happens anytime that I go on a anytime that I go out. Oh, that's cute. That's beautiful. That is an adorable hat. Anytime that I go to on a holiday or something, I always walk around everywhere in my poor little Legos. Ah, there we go. She's looking lovely. She's looking lovely. Maybe should she be holding something in her hand? There we go. About to put on some lipstick before the big date. There we go. Yes, yes. Mr. Carrot is looking very nervous. I don't know if there's a way to make him feel more confident. Maybe he needs big bodacious lips. There we go. Now it looks like she's already put it on. Maybe we can... Should we put this over here? Like she's already put it... Like she's putting it on? I think I like it better with it having already been put on. Yeah, she's just holding it. Looking at herself in the mirror. She's looking good. You're gonna leave so that you can finish your book? Sounds good. Independent Oreo, good luck. Good luck with writing your book. I don't think that they don't need the same hat. Somebody could have little socks. Who can wear these socks? Can I? Can I? No, is that their flying baby? No, it's no good. Can you change the size of the stickers? I don't think so. No, it looks like you can only rotate them. I wish you could make them bigger. Then I could really make anything work. Is these two oh, how nervous is he? Oops, stay there. But can I use these eyeballs on this carrot? No, this is simply absurd. A carrot would never look like this. Now he looks happy. I don't like it. Thanks, I hate it. Maybe we could have a sky noodle. A sky noodle flying through the sky. A little wormy. With a big eyeball. Come on, give me the eyeball. Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at his big eyeball. He's found a clue. He's found a clue. Very suspicious looking carrot man. Okay. Maybe we'll call this noted. Noted. It's no laughing matter. Kenny has caused sterility in several people, as no one else will compare to his looks, and they don't have a chance with him, so their reproductive capabilities just give in. He'll never be so vigilant. He must be ever vigilant and not wipe out humanity by accident. By accident. Die. Die. No. No. Divey. No, you. No, you die. I know why you won't do video calls with me anymore. I know why. Yeah. I'm laid on thick. I'll back off. Die. Thank you for your extremely kind words. Yes, I'm glad that you're thinking of humanity first and not being selfish. Demanding that I show my face. Thank you, Die, for thinking of others. There we go. Die, go to bed. There you go. Got little legs. But where do I fit this though? I don't know. Is this too much? Addict Salt! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 5 subs. Can we get some hype in the chat? This is gonna take a little while. We got 5 subs coming in hot. Coming in hot. Addict Salt, thank you so much for the gifted subs.
Addict Salt gifted a tier 1 sub to Llama Legend.
Can we get some hype in the chat? Hey. Cinnamon Sticks, how are you doing? Oi. Hey, Cinnamon Sticks, I hope you're doing good.
Walatic Salt gifted a tier 1 sub to Mert.
Oi! Addict Salt gifting a sub to Mert P. Llama Legend.
Walatic Salt gifted a tier 1 sub to M's Burkic Ear.
And Inky P. Thank you for the hype in the chat. Mediocre Pigeon. Linz. Calico. Cinnamon Sticks. Die. Eve. Thank you for all the hype in the chat.
Walatic Salt gifted a tier 1 sub to Shintry Ace.
Oi, Cinnamon Sticks. It's good to see you and your adorable emotes. I love them. Ooh, I was gonna say something. Let me see. Where is it? Oh, Cinnamon Sticks has got all of the Evan and Caitlin ones. I haven't seen Evan and Caitlin in quite a spell. I say. Also, Ebe, how are you doing? It's good to see you, Ebe. It's been a minute. It's been 1 minute or two. Okay, I think that we're good. There, this looks pretty great. We got a couple of robots. We got a very concerned worm. Got a couple of a beautiful couple. Go ahead, you guys. Tell me, are you a cactus or are you the carrot? Which one? Which one are you? Okay, I need to know, you guys. Are you a beautiful cactus that has put on too much lipstick, or are you a carrot who's nervous about their big boots? Or are you you're the single giant eyeball? You are, or you could be the worm that is anxious about everything. Or you could be one of these happy vibing robots, either one. Okay. Yes, it looks good. You're the carrot, Calico. Always anxious. You're the worm. Anxiety forever. There. Oh, look, and it keeps everything. Nice. All of our evidence will be kept here. Very nice. The carrot was too powerful. Rave Icon, how are you doing? Oi! Detective Meow Meow. Detective Meow Meow.
Detective Meow Meow gifted a tier 1 sub to
Why did he
Annabelle
say it like
60.
that? Why did he say meow meow? Meow meow. You ran into a kinder table today and holy moly, my knee is swollen. Oh no. You mean like a kindergarten table? Kinder table. Ow. Owie, owie, owie. Hey, what the heck? Thank you for the gifted sub,
That
Von
one
Chick.
chick gifted a tier
Meow,
1
meow.
sub to King
That's how he
Wolf
said
Inc.
it. He said meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, Von Chick. What? Von Chick with that gifted sub. Detective Meow Meow with that gifted sub. Addict Salt with 5 of them. Oh, kindergarten table. The low tables. Kindergarten chairs. Ooh, it hasn't been long enough since I've sat in a kindergarten chair. One of those plastic chairs that's just like the exact same form in every classroom with their little weird legs.
They're 5 heart, they're 5 heart.
Thank you, Loki, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for the beautiful 100. Beautiful 100 bits. I like to say hi. It's very late here, but you're going to brush your teeth and watch what you're doing. We're solving a mystery, Rave Icon. There's a mystery of a disappearing wizard. An invisible wizard, you might say. Hey, Cinnamon Sticks. What the heck? Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it, Cinnamon.
Hey, Cinnamon Sticks gifted a tier 1 sub to John Chavez 562.
You didn't have to. Oh, what? Thank you so much for the one for Zombie Grunt and for Johan Chavez. All right.
Hey, Cinnamon Sticks gifted a tier 1 sub to Zombie_Grunt.
Oh, did I miss? Oh, I missed what he said. Did he say it right? Did he say Johan Chavez? Oi, love my cutie kids. How are you doing? No face today. I'm sorry if you've already answered this. I am. Yeah, I'm just taking a little day off. I am just gonna relax and play this game. We're just gonna relax, play the game, hang out together, goof around, do some silly voices, and the cam will be back. I think I'm gonna adjust my room a little bit, and then I'll bring the cam back. Eve, thank you for the gifted sub for Poison You Love. Poison You Love.
Eve gifted a tier 1 sub to Poison You Love.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Hey, Cinnamon Sticks, thank you so much for the sub. 7
Black
months.
heart,
Oh my
orange
gosh.
Heart, purple heart.
Cinnamon Sticks, I don't know if you know, but I'm coming up on year number 2 of streaming. I cannot believe it. Thank you so much for being here for 7 months. For 7 months out of what? Yeah, 2 years total ever. First stream ever was back then. And you've been here for 7 months. Thank you so much, Ebe. I mean, excuse me. Ebe has been here for a while, but Cinnamon Sticks, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate it. A camless day is meant to be good for your mental health. Is that true? It's meant to be. You do what you need. Refilling the well is always approved. Oh, it's true. And also, it's fun to focus on this game because it is goofy. It is goofy. What? Nearly 2 years you've come so far. I know, right? I'm quite a different bean. Yeah, quite a different bean. Oi, Anonymous. Thank you for the gifted sub. For It's Murder.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to It's Murder.
It's Murder. Thank you so much, Anon, for the gifted sub. For It's Murder. That's what it is. I think that we have to be suspicious of the lobster cop. Lobster cop. Murder. Murder, no doubt. Look at him. Look at his eyes. Boy. You know he's up to no good. Oh, wow. Rosera. Thank you so much for the sub.
Stopping by real quick to share my anniversary.
It's so good to see you, Rosera. But yes, enjoy your evening. Thank you so much for the 20 months. Big 2-0. Holy moly. 20 of them. Oh my gosh. Rosera, thank you so much for supporting me all this time. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I hope you're doing as well as this crab. I hope that you're doing as well as this crab who's got 2 fingers on each claw. What is that an axolotl? No, they look like fish. They look like fish. And there's our bulbous boy himself. The bulbous boy himself and the whole squad. Yeah, those are definitely fish. They are fish that are floating in the air. We'll see you later, Rosera. Hi-bye. Hi-bye. Hi-bye, hi-bye, hi-bye. Addict Salt. Think of the green hearts. Green hearts for Froggy. Time to solve another mystery. Let's get out there and solve this mystery. There's some sort of a hidden wizard that we're going to have to uncover. Some very suspicious circumstances have been going on in these spooky woods. What is this? What is this? What was that card? He's just sitting up. He's got on a high seat. Why is it that way? No carts. Oh no. Looks like we're gonna have to walk. Yep. Looks like we're gonna have to make our way to the Warlock Woods. Some very suspicious. I love how janky the starring the detective laying down like a beautiful frog. Susan, Ralph. We're gonna have to start thinking of these voices. Mandy, Mary, and several more characters. P and cheese, dude. Eve, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate it. Created by Grace Bruxner and Thomas Bowker. Bowker. Yes. Hi, Earl. I'm struggling with the decision. Splat, I have the right answer for you. Just tell me what the decision is, and I will make the decision for you. Don't even worry about it. You don't even have to use your brain. I'll tell you what to do. I know what's best for you. Yeah, but people's brains are meant to spend too long looking at themselves because they pick out their own faults. It's something that gets talked a lot as it's an extra stressor when people have to switch to remote working. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, Di, it's definitely nice to, I do sometimes think that I might be less goofy on stream or less creative because I'm thinking too much about what I look like, which is silly. It's silly. It happens sometimes. Occasionally, I'll catch myself doing it. Very occasionally. I want to be able to make ugly faces. I think it's less true if you're more confident, I suppose. Dr. Di is here to tell you. Dr. Di has been taking notes. Oi, thank you everybody so much for the hype train. Completed at level 3. 13 subs, 300 bits. You guys, thank you so much. I super duper appreciate it. And just in time for us to solve this mystery, the hype train will undoubtedly give us more powers of deduction. Thank you for the hype in the chat, KP. Thank you for that spicy hype. You have 2 feeder crickets. They got too big for Pinto, but they aren't a native species, so you can't release them. But they're gorgeous specimens. Are you thinking about keeping them, Splat? You thinking about keeping the the guys for themselves? What is this little pie sitting over here? I'm not sure why this pie is here, but it seems out of place. I'll hold on to it for now. What? You don't think that the pie needs to be in there? What? One lost pie. Who's to say that this pie isn't here to nourish these beautiful flowers? Bug. There's a bug on the move. Look at him go. I wonder, he's probably out here because of all the Doritos. Hey, you come back here. I've got a few questions for you, young man. Hello, Wizard. Misspelled. See you later, buddy. He's scooting along. Wonder if there's probably tons of bugs in this game, like in the last one. Is that a big picture of herself? Oh, I see. We're gaining a little bit of information here. We'll talk to this cat. Is that her graduating? Is that her son graduating? Oh, my stars. It's you. It's me, the famous lobster cop. I really thought you'd be a lobster. No, I am a frog. Yeah, why's your name Lobster Cop? I have to tell you something. I am not Lobster Cop. Why not? I don't know how to answer that. Who are you? I am the detective. Frog detective. I see. Was Lobster Cop not available? Unfortunately, not. Well, I think you'll do just fine. Thanks. I'm Susan. Hi, Susan. Hi. I'm the one that contacted the agency, which I think you'll find excludes me from being a suspect. Oh, I didn't know that was how it worked. I didn't know either. She's the one that ratted on herself. She is absolutely #1 suspect. Oi, Opes! Chonkerl! Opesty! Hello! How are you doing, Opes? What's up? Oi! It's good to see you. Good to see you, Opesty. I was hiding in your stream last night. Oi! I'm glad to see you playing Wario games. I also like gloating because I know how all of the games work now. Moo-ah-ha-ha-ha. I have played all of the games. Moo-ah-ha-ha-ha. I have unlocked them all. Hee-hee-hee-hee. You're hiding in plain sight. What? Is Opes in this game? Is Opes the lion? Suspicious. Oi! The only reason I kept them this long is because I didn't see a problem with holding on. Oh. I see. So Splat, you're thinking about keeping the crickets? You're thinking about keeping those crickets for their own? Also, Sarah, what's up? We're a frog detective. How are you doing? We're trying to solve a suspicious case of a invisible wizard who possibly died. Oh, I didn't know that that's how that worked. You should know these things, detective. I'm sorry. It's okay. I think that you should still question me, though, to remove all doubt. Okay. Question me all you like. About the wizard. Do you know this wizard personally? Nobody knows her personally. Well, not here at least. Not me. Right. But I have a lot to do with the organization of the parade, and I was the one to start the investigation. You mentioned that. It's worth bringing up again. Oh, thank you for the follow, Splinda. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Splinda, I hope you're doing good. You love Susan? It's worth bringing up again. So, you are fine with her moving into town? Absolutely. That old house has been emptied for years, and it's really nice to see that someone wants to live there. It needs a lot of fixing up, but it'll look nice soon, I think. Plus, I'm always excited to have a new neighbor. Sure, oh, it's always exciting to have a new neighbor. Sure is. I put up that sign I made for the wizard, but I got knocked down last night. I'm feeling pretty sad about it, if I'm honest. I know you're here to solve the mystery, but I just need to tell somebody how I feel. You can talk to me. You can talk to me about it. Thank you. I'm not a professional sign maker yet, but I worked really hard on that sign. Yet. Oh my gosh. Also, hi there, Dyson Kasuga. How are you doing? What's up? What? 2 follows. Hi there. Oi. I hope y'all are having a great day. Happy Monday or Tuesday. I don't know what time it is for you. Follow your dreams, Susan. Yeah. Really, I struggle to understand why somebody would knock it down. It feels so heartless, and now I'm not sure who to trust. I thought everyone here would be thrilled to have a new neighbor. It's a tricky situation for sure. Some people are protective of their communities and think that new people are going to change things for the worse. But that's almost never the case. New people make places better because they bring new perspectives, especially in small communities. Do you hear that? Do you hear that, Dyson, Kasuga, and Splenda? New people make the place better because they bring new perspectives, especially in a small Twitch community. Oi, welcome. They're getting fed to the turtles. Oh, right. You're gonna feed the crickets to the turtles? Oh no. Rest in peace. Gonna throw you on a tablet, boss man. It's Minecraft time. Sounds good. Yeah, go for it, Alchemic. Like I said, lurk it up and enjoy your building. I'll be hopping on. Are you gonna play on the server? If you're playing on the server, I will join you after stream if you're still there. Hopefully, it's just a misunderstanding or a mistake. I'd like to believe that people are good. That being said, I'm treating everybody as a suspect. But not me, right? Even you. Especially you. Oh, no. Especially me? Oh, no. Sorry. Not sure why I said that. But you're not off the hook just yet. Hook? That's it. Detective, could you please find me a hook? I could hang the sign back up with it. Ah, okay. I'll do my best. Question me all you like. Oh, we get to ask more questions. Oh no. What did you? Oh, she needs the hook. Okay, let's not do that. Mert, hi there. Hiya, Mert. Now that's community engagement. I'm including the game. All right. Okay. About last night. Where were you on the night in question? I was at home knitting a jumper for the wizard. Really? Yeah, I picked out all the colors myself and everything. Though I'd admit that it's a bit hard to focus on knitting. Why is that? I get so distracted by the wool. It's so fun to play with. I play with it so much that I unravel the whole thing and it goes everywhere. It's a big nuisance. I understand. But I was concentrating on the knitting so hard that I didn't notice the destruction of the parade. I'm sorry. Did you notice anything at all? Now that I think about it, I saw a big van near the entrance to Warlock Woods. It didn't drive in or I would have heard it. I didn't worry about it at the time, of course. That's all I remember. Sorry. No worries. Question me all you like. Okay, I think that we asked all the questions. What did you need is just gonna ask about the hook. You gotta find her a hook to hang up the sign. Looks like our discussion is over for now. We'll scribble down some stuff. Random Mouse, how are you doing? What's up? Motive. Maybe she didn't like her sign. Destroyed the parade out of embarrassment. Needs something to fix her sign. Let's look at some notes. We insists that she is not suspicious. No, I want to read those all. Let me pull up for this book. What do we got so far? Okay. This makes her insists that she's not suspicious. This makes her more suspicious than she realizes.
All you like there, 5 blep.
Oi! Oops, well, can we do an interview together? Can you be on my podcast? On my Suds cast is what I'm gonna call it. Oh, what? Question you all that I like? Oops, this is This is a tall order. You're about to get interviewed. About to get interviewed. I'll send the questions over tonight. Just thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, also look, you went from 3 to 2 in one simple message. In one quick message. Oops went from number 3 to number 2 cheerer. Thank you. The Earl of Pod. Oh my gosh. Pod. Woohoo! Susan is upset about the parade being destroyed. Worked really hard on her sign. Saw a van near the entrance. Okay. Oh, I just want to close this. Close the book. Aha. Somebody has knocked over one of the Dixie cups. A Dixie cup full of Slurpee. Susan, I'm not sus. Instantly becomes ultra sus. Exactly. That's like a body being reported and you being like, I was nowhere near that body. And you're like, why'd you say that? Nobody asked you any questions. Was a good day, but now the hubby has a killer migraine. Oh no. Random mouse. Turn down those lights. Turn down those lights. Get them to drink some water. I hope that it goes away soon.
Let me try to think of what this guy would sound like. He just sounds rough, I think. Hello, little frog!
If anyone has a problem with Susan, they have to go through Meowstick Flex.
You're on Susan's side. You better look out. I'm with Susan. That's what Opes just said. I'm with Susan. Y'all better vote for Susan. I'm with her. Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm biased. I just love her. Oh, wow. Opes, thank you for the 100 bits.
I'm Ralph.
Why are you yelling?
I'm just making sure you can hear me.
I can hear you. You don't have to yell.
You're very small. Might be difficult for you to hear.
I'm small, but I'm also very close to you. Being small is not the same as being far away.
Are you sure? You can hear me at this volume?
Yes.
Weird.
I'm the detective. I'm here to solve the mystery.
Really?
Yes.
But you're so small.
I am I'm of average frog height. Can I ask you some questions about the case?
Question me?
Questioning me?
Huh?
About the wizard. Let's ask about his eye. That's what I want to know. What's going on with that eye patch, buddy? May I ask why you have an eye patch on?
That's Ralph's business.
Oh, no. Oh. It'd be really good for me to know why you have an eye patch.
Sometimes a boy just wants to wear an eye patch.
Again with the boy. Why does everybody call themselves a boy?
Sometimes a boy just wants to wear an eye patch. That shouldn't make me suspicious.
You put it on for fashion?
Kind of.
He's an anime character.
Detective, I don't want to get into this too much, but I watched a movie last night about pirates, and I loved it. And there's another 3 left. 3 whole movies. Can you believe it?
Sequels? I've never heard of a movie having a sequel before. What?
I know, right? Usually sequels are reserved for video games.
Yes, it's extremely normal to have a video game sequel, especially for games with large audiences. like the Toad Investigations series.
Yeah, anyway, I was watching a pirate movie last night. That's where I was. And for that reason, I have decided to wear an eye patch.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
My thanks. Questioning me, huh?
You really wanted them to look directly at the camera? Yeah, video games normally have sequels. Totally normal. Fun fact, Kenny is also of average frog height. Frogs are so small. Flashback to my boyfriend calling me small. I'm 5'5", so I'm not small. Loki, you saying not small makes me imagine you a little bit smaller. You have 2 frogs of below average frog height. Is that true? They're little babies. Little baby frogs splat. Are they the runts? Lion boy is guilty. How do you feel about the wizard moving in? Huh?
It's nothing against the wizard, but I've been living with my friend Carlos for a while. For a while now, and our space is big. But I would really like my own home.
Oh,
I've been eyeing that old house for ages. I thought maybe I'd move in one day, but the wizard got there first.
I see.
It's my fault, I guess. I shouldn't hold it against the wizard.
This house is twice as big as all the other houses. Maybe you could renovate it and turn it into 2 houses. You could split it down the middle, or have one house upstairs and one house downstairs. Like an apartment.
That's a pretty cool idea. I like Carlos and everything, but I'm a private boy.
Why am I relating with this lion right now? Dude. Also, Charlie, thank you for the follow. Oi. Is that how to say that? I hope so. Let me see. That's probably... Is that Charlie Nesso Oh no, I don't know how to say it. Oi, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Thanks for the follow. You're back after a billion years. Inky Fox, welcome back. Welcome back.
I like Carlos and everything, but I'm a private boy.
I understand.
I don't have any renovation supplies though.
I'll see if I can track some down for you.
Thanks for your help, detective. Maybe if I do a good job, I'll get my own building show.
I'm excited to see it.
Questioning me, huh?
All right, I think that we're done with the questions, right? What'd you need again? He needs building supplies. Thanks for the follow, Ark. I don't know if these are bots, but thanks for the follow, human/bot. The bots have been pretty aggressive recently, but Ark seems like a real name. Hi there. Hi there, Charlie. Hope you're doing good too. Okay, so we got some notes on Ralph that are all gonna disappear in like 2 seconds. Thanks a lot. Now I gotta go back to my book. Let's see what we've got on this guy so far. Ralph. Motivation. In true pirate fashion. Wants to cause a ruckus? Question mark. Needs some building supplies. Loves pirates. Eye patch is cosmetic only. A private boy. Wants to renovate. Thinks I am too small. I am not. He's so defensive. Very, very defensive about your size, Mr. Frog. I'm not small. Okay, we got some more spilled stuff. So what are all these drinks from? Oh my gosh, what is this? What is this animal? I'm not small. I'm big. She's beautiful. Look, I like that you can peek into all their houses and see what's going on. A zebra. A zebra with a lot of clothes that are all numbered? Or are these prices? Oh no. Another bug.
I'm not small.
This is you, Von Chick, right here. This is Von Chick's face on a cricket. This is you, Von Chick. Thank you for the 100 bits. That's stupid. Is this another pie? What? How many pies are laying around? That's 2 pies. Von Chick. I'm not small. 2 lost pies. Okay. How many? Oh yeah, these are the animals from that PNG opening. Got a squirmy worm. We've got a beautiful shell. Some of these look like stickers. Let's just take a look around, see if we. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's swimming. He's swimming. What a nerd. I'm not sure why this pie is here, but it seems out of place. I'll hold on to it for now. What is there? Just one person that has like all of our belongings that we need? We just got to turn in these pies, you guys. Who needs all these pies? Stop. Stop. All right, we got ourselves a Louisville nerd swimming. Oh, geez. Hi. Hello. Want to hop in? A little bit. But I'm on a case. Oh, cool. I'm Victor. Who are you? The detective. Is that your real name? Maybe. Cool, cool. Are you here to question me and stuff? Cause like, I'm not suspicious. How do I know you're not suspicious? Well, I think I didn't do it. You think? Yeah, nobody knows anything for certain these days. Nobody knows anything for certain these days. So why are you here swimming? I'm here visiting my friend Naughty. Oh, she's the only person that I know with a hot tub. Plus, I heard that there were going to be delicious pies for the parade, so the timing was perfect. Where do you live normally? Over near Pumpkinville. Nice spot. I was thinking about taking a holiday there at some point. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So anyway, can I ask you some questions about the case? Yeah, whatever. Questions. I think that the awkwardness of this game fits a little bit better with no webcam. Since you can't see my face, the awkwardness does seem to really stick out. Lex, hi there, Lex. What's up? We're just playing this little tiny game, Frog Detective 2. The game's only supposed to be like an hour long or something. We're kind of taking some extra time, but it's a very short game. It's just packed with incredible dialogue that I'm enjoying immensely. About the wizard. Do you know much about this invisible wizard before you came here? Did you know? Not really. I knew the parade was for her, but beyond that, I don't know a lot. And knowing that they never threw the parade for me coming to visit. They never threw a parade for me coming to visit. Eh? I'm super cool. Have you been here before? So many times. The first time they even threw me a parade. Okay. I take the parade thing back. Just pretend I didn't say that.
I am not small. I am tall.
I am tallent. Tallent as in not tall. Loki! Thank you for the 100 bits. The important message. I don't believe you. You're short. Accept it. Loki, you're small. You're petite. You're bite size. You could fit in a suitcase. How convenient. Detective, I'm really bored of this conversation. I'm sorry if that's rude, but I have a new policy of being honest with people. Were you dishonest before? Yeah, I guess. I wouldn't tell people when they were boring me. I don't think that counts as dishonesty. So what am I supposed to do when people are boring? I'm not sure. But probably don't tell them. It would hurt their feelings. I didn't hurt your feelings, though, did I? Well, I have to admit, I was a bit hurt. I have a very exciting job, and I'm a frog, and I solve mysteries. I don't think I'm boring at all. Sure, but I've seen heaps of frogs before. Plus, I've solved my fair share of crimes. Which crimes? This one. Yeah? You solved a crime already? Yeah. Ralph did it. How do you know? Good point. I haven't decided that bit yet, but it seems likely that he did it. What is his motive? His what? Motive. The reason for destroying the parade. Oh, I think it's because he has an eye patch on. I don't think that that's a real motive. That doesn't make any sense. Now who's the rude one? This conversation isn't going anywhere. Neither are you, apparently. Not until I've solved the mystery. I'm sorry for being rude, detective. I mean it. I just get so grumpy when I'm hungry. Why don't you eat something? And get out of the hot tub? No, I must continue to soak. You could ask somebody to get you something to eat. Like who? There's nobody here. I am here. I am here. I am not small, and I take people out because I look poofy, but I is a muscle. Splat, you're nothing but strength. You're nothing but straight muscle. Victor is innocent. He didn't do anything. I never never want to play this game. It's much more fun watching streamers muddle their way through the awkward dialogue. It's not that awkward. It's fantastic. Right, there I go being rude again. If you happen to find food, I'd love to have some. In the meantime, I'd like to apologize for being so rude. Please, take 1 money as an apology. Got 1 money. Hey. Questions. Okay, we're gonna give him a lost pie. Enjoy your food, buddy. Hello, Victor. I have a pie for you. Detective, where did you find this pie? I found it on the ground. Sorry, Detective, you might have to speak up. These hot tub jets are mighty loud. I found this pie on the ground over there. Detective, I do not want to eat a ground pie. I have made a mistake. I'd say maybe even 2. 2 mistakes? Yes, 1 mistake for giving me a dirty pie, and the other mistake for giving me a pie. That does not belong to you. That's right, Detective. Though I am visiting from out of town, I know that this is one of Mandy's pies. They are delicious. If you just happen to find it on the ground, it cannot be yours to give away, so I do not accept it. You're right, Victor. I have made 2 mistakes. I am sorry, and I am sorry. That's okay, Detective. But I'll be watching you. You should return this pie to Mandy. Okay, I'll do that. Oh no, ground pie was an achievement. We still do have 1 money. Victor, motive, hasn't eaten. Could have been jealous of the parade. Needs something to eat. Notes, such a rude individual. Perhaps only rude because of hunger. But maybe just rude in general. Doesn't live here, only visiting. I want to visit Pumpkinville. That's a note. That's a note on this character. I want to go to Pumpkinville. I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. What are these paintings? Okay. I almost feel like I need to inform my friend here that he's being investigated. Okay, let's talk to some of these other. Hello, Wizard. Welcome to the game, Wizard. I'm always watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. Oh, hello there. Oh, Mary. La. La. Huh? Oh, la la. Oh, la la. Hello? Hello? Frog. Oh, no, I've met people like this. Is this you, Julia? Her name should be Julia. I remember you from school. Hello, Frog. Hello, what's your name? I'm Mary. Nice to meet you. You too. Did you like my song? Yep. I've been practicing all day and all night. What the heck is that spelling? With an S? Also, hello there, Marie. What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Mary. Oi, oi, oi. Oops, my name's not Julia. Oh, what? Oops. I would never compare you to this rhino. With smiley face. Shirt. Who is she? She's Beauty and Grace. She also looks, if you try to ignore the eyes, you guys, put your fingers up to the screen and cover up these eyeballs and just imagine that her nostrils are her eyes, okay? Ignore the eyes. Imagine just the nostrils. Emo Kitten, how are you doing? You love calling out your schoolmates, LOL. They never will be watching this. I've been practicing all day and all night. Oh, are you okay? I'm tired. Huh, maybe you should get some sleep. Maybe. This is everybody in the chat. You sing very loudly. Yep. um, I can't read this. I can't read this. Mary! Let me see if I can read this. Yep, I'm why everyone soundproof their houses. That sounds expensive. Yeah, but that's not really my problem. I think sound is very good, even late at night. How late? I love to sing at 3 a.m. Wow. That's when my energy is at the highest. That doesn't sound very healthy. My health is my business. This is chat. This is all of y'all. My health is my business. Oh yeah, that's true. Sorry. That's okay. Maybe I should listen to some soft sounds before bed. Whisper, whisper. Welcome to my hair salon. Snip, snip. That will be 100 money. Just joking. Anyway, who are you? I'm the detective. Oh, cool. Can you question me? Do you mind if I ask? Oh yeah, sure. Oh boy, I love questions. Me too. Ask me some questions, you guys. Oh my god, I'd murder my neighbors if they sang badly at 3 a.m. Loki! Oh boy, 3 a.m. Who would sing in the middle of the night? Oh boy, 3 a.m. La la la. Tra la la. Him. What do you know about the wizard that moved in? Ha 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 ha. Hmm? Yeah. Hmm? Oh, sorry, I didn't actually hear you. Ah, well, I was asking about the wizard. Oh! Yeah, there's a wizard, just moved in. Why? I'm a detective. Right, this is part of the questioning, right? Yeah. Cool, cool. So I didn't do any crimes or anything. And I have the right to remain silent. Yeah. But do you want to remain silent? Haha, literally never. So like, I heard that Ralph is super weird about the new wizard moving in. Also, I heard that Mandy's in a bad mood the night that the parade was destroyed. And I heard that Naughty attacked the wizard one time. And that's all, actually. Does that make me a snitch? I think so. Lemonberry, how are you doing? What's up? Lemon, we're trying to solve this mystery. But Mary's not being very helpful. Rats. Does make you a snitch. You're a snitch. Rats. Oh boy, I love questions. Oh, that was it. Okay, she snitched. About last night. What were you doing when the parade was destroyed? Oh boy, yeah. Sucks that the parade was destroyed. Hmm? Oh, we're doing questioning. What was I doing? Not much, just singing outside. Huh? You were outside when the parade was destroyed? Yeah. Did you see anything? Yeah. What did you see? Detective. Have you heard of extortion? Yes. That's great news. Is it? Detective, I would like to extort you. I don't think that's legal. I am above the law. Oh my God. Mary. Mary. I'm above the law. Oh my no. Oh my no, no. I am above the law. Oh. Oh. He just says, oh. Also, Nick, what's up? How are you doing? Nick, I'm investigating this very suspicious rhinoceros. Oh, Why are you extorting me? I would like 5 money for a train ticket. I don't have any money. Well, you best get some soon. What do you need a train ticket for? I want to go to Froggywood and become a star. Oh, that sounds exciting. I know, right? Sorry about the extortion thing, but I don't really have any other ways to get there. I figure if I got money, if I get the money for what? I figure if you get the money for me, I can finally go live my dreams. La! What will you give me in exchange? Information. What kind of information? A phone number. Who am I calling? I can't tell you that. All I can say is that they were in the vicinity when the parade was destroyed. I don't think you'll be able to solve the case without this phone number. Hence the extortion. Sorry. It's okay. We all get extorted every now and again. Yeah. Anyway, come back to me when you have my money. Oh boy, I love questions. Oh great. Now we gotta go find us some money. Is that even called extortion? I don't think that is extortion. Mary. Motive. Perhaps the wizard is a better singer than her? What? Needs 5 money. Notes. Sings really loudly all the time. Everybody soundproof their houses. Wants to be a big star. Is extorting me. I've never been extorted before. What a thrill. What? The thrill of extortion? Excellent. Mary is quite a character over here. Nope, that's pretty much textbook extortion IMO. I mean, Mary's doing it right. If you're gonna extort people, at least do it right. That's what I've always said. Oh, what's that noise? Is that this the music? I don't like that you can see everybody from this angle. I don't like you swimming over there, Buster. Very suspicious and rude, might I say. Now, what about this? Who is this?
A customer. Wait, his name is Carlos. Let me see. Can I come up with a voice? A customer. Welcome to Carlos's all you could need shop.
Are you Carlos?
Yes, just like the name of the shop. That's me. How cool is that? The shop has my name in it.
So cool. My company also has my name in it.
What's your company called?
Frog Detective Crime Solving Agency.
What's your name? Crime?
What? Oh my gosh. Also, Lady Darksky, how are you doing? I didn't see you over there. Why, hello. Also, hi there, Kareem. Oi, oi, oi. I like that you almost went for a Hispanic accent and then backed off. Well, I remember I've listened to that accent, and it's really like, it's actually not as extreme as I thought it was. I thought that it was more like pronounced, but I saw the but I watched some of my voicing of what's it called, the character, the bird in Breath of the Wild, and I thought that the voice was kind of boring personally, so I could have used that voice, but I decided not to.
What's your name? Crime?
Oh no, I'm the Frog Detective.
That's not really a name though, more of a title.
Oh, I suppose you're right.
My shop actually has my name in it.
Cool. I'm jealous.
Thanks. Here in Warlock Woods, we are all our
I can't read this.
Here in Warlock Woods, we are all our own biggest fans. Being conceited is a societal construct. We have rejected it. Hence why my shop is so popular. I sell portraits, among other things.
Wow, that's great. My office neighbor Lobster Cop has a picture of me right above his desk. Oh, himself right above his desk. I was about to say, I'm my biggest fan. I know. Carlos is a pretty chill zebra name. Carlos.
You know Lobster Cop?
Yep.
Holy heck. I've been a fan forever. You know he solved the mystery of the haunted island recently.
Oh, I don't think, that was actually me that solved it.
Wait, really? It was all over the TV. The dance competition had a lobster in it.
Oh, you must be thinking of Larry.
You mean small Larry? No, this was a regularly sized lobster.
No. Larry is a regular-sized lobster.
Not the Larry I know. Oh well. Agree to disagree.
I really did solve that mystery. It was me, the detective.
That's really cool.
Thanks.
So you're like the second best detective, I suppose.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Okay.
Great. Looky that Froggo. I know, he's so cute. How did I find this game? I don't know. I don't remember how I found this game. I think that Alchemic might have bought this for me. I'm not sure. I think that maybe, yeah, I feel like Alchemic or maybe somebody else gifted me this game. I don't know. I don't know who suggested it first, but it's pretty great.
What would you like to know?
The night in question. Where were you last night?
Just here, in my shop.
What about when you closed up?
My shop doesn't close. It's 24 hours. What if somebody needs a portrait of themselves at 4 a.m.?
You're open all of the time?
Sure am. Of course, I sleep and eat and look after myself. My customers simply wake me up if they need to buy anything.
Where do you sleep?
I sleep standing up. Years of training. I'm the most committed shopkeeper in all of Warlock Woods. Also, the only shopkeeper in all of Warlock Woods.
Do you ever take breaks?
Sometimes, but I really like it here in my shop. It's where I feel most at home.
It's because you're always here, dude. What the heck cute game is this? Satyr, what's up? How are you doing?
It's Frog Detective. Frog Detective 2 at your service.
Oi. BTS, it's Frog Detective, the most important mystery game of all time.
The extreme shopkeeper lifestyle isn't for everybody, but I take much joy from my work.
Me too. Although I must request that you look after yourself and close the shop if you need a break.
Okay, I promise.
Anyway, did you see anything last night?
Nothing particularly interesting. Why?
The crime.
Huh?
I think I need to question you a bit more.
Go for it. What would you like to know?
This guy, the wizard. The wizard, Carlos. Spill the beans. What do you know about the new wizard that just moved in?
Who?
The invisible wizard that moved in literally next door.
Wait, really? Somebody moved in?
Yes.
That place has been empty for ages. I gotta say hi.
Well, the parade was meant to be saying hi.
Parade?
The parade that everybody has been prepping for.
Wow, how nice. Can't wait.
It was destroyed last night.
What? This conversation is a roller coaster of information. I have literally no idea what's happening.
You weren't involved in the decoration at all?
Nope. Should I offer to help now? Wait, who is the parade for again anyway?
What? Oh my gosh. Carlos!
Is that for me?
No! BRB airline is on the phone finally. Oh, we'll see you in a second, Calico. Oh no. You've been having a bad week, but this is too kawaii to stay upset. Satyr, I'm sorry that your week's been crappy. Let this beautiful frog make you feel better. Let this beautiful New York frog. Don't worry. We've got some good vibes and a fancy frog with a detective magnifying glass. No, it's for the invisible wizard. She just moved in next door.
Right, okay. Oh dear. The party hats.
Pardon?
Every time we throw a parade, everybody has hats to wear. Mine was ruined at the last parade. I've been too busy working in my shop to buy a new one.
Oh no.
How embarrassing. I can't show up to a parade without one. Do you think it's too late to order one online?
It'll be tight.
You're right. What should I do?
Don't stress. I'll track one down before the parade starts.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Detective. In the meantime, I'll figure out a way to repay you. Unfortunately, I don't have any frog portraits just yet.
Not a problem.
What would you like to know?
Nothing. You've told me everything. That's all, thanks. Let's see. What do we got here? Carlos. Motive. Could have been worried that the wizard doesn't shop locally. Needs a party hat. Notes. Busy boy. Works really hard. Didn't know anything had happened. Seems stressed about the parade. Doesn't have a hat. Oh no. No hat? Don't stress, my friend. We'll find you a hat in no time. We'll find it in no time. Maybe Carlos is a sleepwalker and destroyed it in his sleep. Oh no. Seder, your wedding, it was supposed to be Saturday, but you had to move it for the 4th time? Oh no. I hope that he gets over that quick. That sucks. This sure is a stinky time to plan things. We have had a lot of friends that have been trying to plan stuff that just fell through. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. I hope that it works out very soon. Very soon. No more putting it off. Stop it, world. Stop it, world. Otherwise, I'm going to slap you. It's okay. Now maybe Kelsey and Jordan will be able to come to the wedding. Silver lining, silver lining. Ooh, I hope that they can. That would be awesome. Is this some sort of a frog detective? How adorable. Also, good evening to you. I hope that you've been well. Eleanor, how are you doing? I am doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. I've been... Oh, I thought I saw somebody on the roof. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're solving this mystery. This messy, messy city. Okay. We gotta... Oh my gosh, look at those pants. Look at those pants hiked up past their belly button. Who is this?
I need to give her a voice. Let me see. Is this Mandy? Mandy.
Mandy the... What the heck is she? Why is everybody in this game so stylish? Stop it, world. You better stop.
Yeah, maybe Mandy sounds a little bit like Kermit. Just kidding. Hey, hello. I would like to do some detective work.
She gives you crow vibes. She does kind of look like a crow with that hat. Is she an aardvark? She's an aardvark like Arthur. She's an anteater.
You're a detective, right?
I don't know. Maybe she'll just sound like
Maybe she'll sound like an old angry. Let me see what kind of a voice.
She looks like a shopkeeper witch with that hat.
You're the detective, right? I'm Mandy.
Hi there, Mandy.
Be careful where you step, detective. There's mess everywhere.
I'm used to mess.
Lucky you, I'm not. My shoes are brand new. I can't get them dirty.
Why don't you change shoes?
Detective, are you joking? I can't wear flats with this look. The proportions would be all wrong. Besides, these shoes are enchanted.
Oh,
I'm one of the few actual witches here in Warlock Woods. Most folks come here are just fans of the spooky. Which is fine and all, but it means that a lot of cleaning work will be mine to do. I never should have learned that tidying up spell. It shouldn't take too long for me to clean up the mess, but first I need to find all my pies.
what happened to your pies?
Same thing that happened everywhere. Somebody thought it'd be funny to knock them all over. So annoying, I spent ages making them.
I see. Well, do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Tell me what you want to know.
About your pies. Fashion first, enchantment second. I'm wearing skeleton pajamas, so yeah, pretty stylish. I mean, you'd fit in the spooky town. I feel like this anteater lady would appreciate your style, Seder. Not gonna lie, you don't sound like just a spooky fan. Do you need help finding your pies?
Yes. Detective, seriously. I seriously need help. Straight up, I can't see anything right now. These glasses are so dark, it's unreal. I'm such a dingus. This town is literally cloaked in eternal night. Why did I think that sunglasses would be a good idea? They weren't a good idea. However, I don't regret it. They make me look amazing. You think I look amazing?
Yep.
Thanks. I do too. Worst purchase I ever made in terms of practicality, but it brings this look to a whole new level. I may be a dingus, but I am a very stylish dingus.
What were we talking about?
My outfit.
No, before that. Pies.
Right, you offered to help pick up my pies. I'm missing quite a few. If you could bring them to me, I'd be happy to clean them all up and give you one as payment.
Okay, sounds like fun.
Neat. Thanks, detective. Tell me what you want to know.
Dingus and Dongus are what you call your doggos. Aw, that's cute. Dingus and Dongus, the doggos. Oi, it's Apple Live. How are you doing? Oi, Apple. Welcome to the chat. We're pulling off some suspicious investigating. We're about to give some pies to Mandy. She's gonna give us a clean pie, so we won't have too many ground pies now. Lupus, oh, you're gonna be back? Oh, you're gonna go walk the dog and take a shower? All right. We'll see you later, Lupus. Let's give her the pies. Mandy.
Detective.
I have found your pies.
Wonderful. Now there's only one left to find.
I'll hop to it. Hop to it. Okay, we need to find one more pie. Oh, we just gave her some pies. And Mandy. There she is. Help finding her 5 pies. But we've got no more information, right? Somebody knocked her pies out over. What a bummer. Schooled me about fashion. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no, not Carlos. Schooled me about fashion. Fair enough. Real witch. Spooky. Okay, there's got to be another pie around here. It's got another pie on the loose. Oh, it's right over there. Here we go, Mandy. We'll be right back with these pies that look like they have ketchup on them. They're just muffins with some tasty ketchup on top. Mmm, yum, yum. Ketchup and muffin pie. All right, Mandy. Now you've got to tell me everything. Now that I've turned in this final pie. A deal's a deal.
Tell me what you want to know.
About last night, before I give her these pies, see if we can extort some information out of her. Where were you last night?
Doing heaps of push-ups and getting ripped. Just kidding. I was on whizbay.net, where magic happens.
What were you doing?
Bidding on some new shoes.
But you just got these ones.
Yeah, but the ones I were bidding on would go super well with this blue dress that I have.
Wow, that's cool.
I know. I didn't win, though.
Who got the shoes?
Not sure. All I know is their screen name. Somebody called Dizzy Wizzy 109.
I'm sorry to hear that. How did you feel when you lost?
A bit defeated. I went for a midnight stroll to cool off. But then, I saw somebody in the distance. It was a pretty foggy night, so I couldn't see much, but they were carrying a large box. I couldn't see what they looked like, but they definitely weren't from here. It felt like they were waiting for someone. I didn't think too much of it, and I went home.
Did you hear any noise after that?
No, my house is soundproof. Ever since Mary has taken up singing, it's kind of a necessity around here. I only saw the mess this morning.
Interesting.
Tell me what you want to know.
I want you to know that I got this pie for you. Dizzy Wizzy 109 needs to get a life. Stop stealing shoes from Mandy. Stop upbidding and upselling. Listen, you're the reason why the shoe market is blowing up. Calm down. Stop bidding so high. I found all your pie. I found all your pies.
What? All of them?
I think so.
Yep, that looks like all of them. Wow. You must have searched far and wide.
I searched this general vicinity, yes.
Wowie. Thanks, detective. As promised, here's 1 money.
No, she promised to give me 1 pie, not 1 money. I don't think you ever promised me payment, but thank you anyway.
You're welcome. Oh, I'll give you a pie, too. They're delicious.
I'm not very hungry. You can hold on to it if you like.
Nonsense. Take one and eat it later whenever you're hungry.
Okay, sure, thanks.
Thank you for finding my pies.
All right, we can go give that over to the nerd. We'll go give it to that nerd that's going for a soak out back. She's such a pied person, apparently. Oh, a pied? What does that mean? Her motive, upset about not winning the shoes, perhaps took it out on the parade. Last night was on Whiz Bay. Wait a second. Is there more data to be had here? Amazing Baker, it says. Amazing Baker. Last night was on Whiz Bay, bidding for shoes. Interesting. Zoinks. Questions. Give him a pie. Can't remember what voice I gave this guy. Are you still hungry? Yes, very.
Yes, very. I think he had a kind of a higher voice like this. It's making me very rude. For example, I think your jumper is outdated.
Victor, I am not the most fashionable frog in the world, but I like this jumper. It's my favorite.
You're right. It's retro, not outdated. I'm simply very hungry.
I have a pie for you from Mandy. Yeah, boy. What? That's another person like you? What? To Dizzy? Is that a thing? Dizzy Wizzy 109?
Just another person like who gifted a tier 1 sub to Dizzy
Lens.
Wizzy 109.
Lens.
They have given 34
Yeah, boy.
gift subs in the channel.
Lens. A gifted sub for Dizzy Wizzy 109. I can't believe it. What up? What a reference. Thank you for the gifted sub as a joke. What? Lens, have you done this twice recently? I can't believe it. Darren is my only whiz bay. Die! Pied. Having 2 or more different colors. All this time I thought the Pied Piper carried around pies? What? Was he 2 colors? I'm so confused. The other one was Die to Gabby. Oh my gosh, that scared me whenever you gifted one to Gabby. I felt like the monster after that.
It's not from the ground?
Nope. Mandy gave me a fresh one.
Seriously?
Score! Yep, please enjoy it.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. And I feel so much less rude now.
Really?
Yep. You have beautiful eyes.
You have beautiful eyes. Oh, wow. Thank you.
It's true. And I think that color, that color jumper suits you perfectly.
You're making me blush.
I should give you something in return for this pie. I have a spare party hat that I'm not using. Maybe you should wear it.
Alas, my head is simply too weird a shape.
Well, hold on to it anyway. It might come in handy.
Thanks. His head's not weird. His head's not weird. Frog Detective is too hard on himself. A party hat? Well, that's for our zebra friend. We should go give that to our zebra friend over there. But first we gotta meet the, well, no, let's give it back to Carlos first. Here, chum.
What would you like to know?
Here, have an item. Carlos, I have something for you.
No way.
It's a party hat.
No way.
Yes way.
That's epic. That's epic. That's honestly the most epic thing I've heard all day. Thanks, detective.
Not a problem.
Incorrect. It was a problem. And you solved it. Just like a true detective.
Aw, thanks.
You've made a fan out of me. Here, let me pay for your work.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Detective, I insist that you take payment. One money should do it.
One money or another money. Oh, my. Thanks.
Oh, and I found this rug out back. Not sure what it is, but I figured that you're good at solving these types of puzzles.
You got a rug? What? A rug? I'll find a use for it. Thanks.
Best of luck solving the mystery, detective.
A rug? What kind of rug? We've got 3 money and a rug. Nice. Got everything that we need. Oh no, I don't have a hat either. I should probably borrow one. I could probably borrow one. It's fine. What was that other one? The rug would really tie that room together. I agree. It looks great. Hey, Carlos says, am I even invited to the parade? I hope so. Here's 1 money and an old rug I found in the dump. Exactly. So giving. I can't believe it. Okay, what other voices do I have? All of these are turning into the same accent again. Oh. I don't know. I don't have that many. I don't have that many voices. Let's see what their name is. Maybe I could come up with a voice. Naughty. Go French. Wait a second. Are you saying that Naughty is a French? Is a French dog? What is this?
A French dog.
What?
Huh?
Who are you? The detective.
Oh. I thought the lobster corp was coming.
I can't do a French accent. That doesn't even make any sense. En français.
I thought that the lobster cop was coming.
Huh? What? Did you say something about lobster cop?
No.
But I heard.
Can this frog read my mind?
Why are you speaking like that?
Like what?
Like this.
Whoa!
Is this what telepathy is? Can you hear this, frog? You're saying everything out loud.
Wow, this frog has a temper.
Anyway, who are you?
I am Noddy.
Okay.
I am the mayor of Warlock Woods.
Okay. Was it you that asked for me to come?
No. I would have asked for a lobster cop.
Oh no! I really need to emphasize that I can hear you.
Stop listening.
Okay. This conversation is too much for me. Can I ask you some questions about the case?
You are very content with this accent. Very nice. I guess so. Tell me what you want to know.
No, it's falling apart. About last night. What can you tell me about last night?
Nothing.
Oh.
But I can tell you about the wizard. I know basically everything that there is to know about her.
That's great.
First of all,
She's a wizard.
first,
Very nice.
first of all, she's a wizard.
Uh-huh.
And she is invisible.
I cannot do this. I cannot read these. I cannot read the script. Great.
And she just moved in.
Yep.
And
Candy Machine, thank you for the follow. What's up? I'm trying so hard to read these words. No! She is a wizard. I think that you mentioned that. No.
no, I don't think I did.
Right. Okay. Sorry. What's his voice? Sorry.
It's fine.
Anyway,
Tell me what you want to know.
about the wizard. So, how do you feel about the wizard coming to live here?
Oh heck, how do I answer this? Well, I'm happy she's here. But, that house has been empty for ages. And I didn't know that she was coming, right? Nobody told me, you see.
Aren't you the mayor?
I think so. Anyway, she kind of came at a weird time of the night. And I thought that she was a ghost.
Oh,
Yeah, it was a bit messy.
oh,
I tried to vacuum her up.
oh,
With a vacuum. I put it on the highest setting. Just really went to town with that vacuum. I really freaked her out. And now she won't come out of her house. Please don't put me in jail.
don't put me in jail. Come on.
Wait, the wizard is a wizard. Can you believe it?
Zane Cam, the wizard is a wizard. I can't believe it. You're doing great. I could do it. Also, hi there, Blue Jay. What's up? Oi, oi, oi. You're not going to jail. Jail isn't real. What? But you should probably apologize.
Okay, sorry, detective.
I mean to the wizard.
Right, yeah. That's why I was helping out with the parade. To apologize. But she hasn't been out of her house. Also, the parade is ruined.
I see.
This makes me sound really bad. I swear I wanted the parade to be lovely. Also, the mayor of the town. As the mayor of the town, I booked a live band to play a song. But as you can see, this stage is gross and ruined now. The band is on their way and I have no time to fix it. They're a very famous band. I want to be as professional as possible. If only I had a rug or something to use, I could cover up the mess. But the town is in disarray. I don't have time to track one down.
Oh no.
Thank you for your concern. If you happen to find anything that would work, please let me know.
Well, will do.
Do you have any more questions?
Yes.
Tell me what you want to know.
I want you to know that I got this rug just for you. Hey, give me 2 money. Great news.
What is it?
I have found you a rug.
What?
Holy guacamole. That's holy guacamole. Oh, very holy guacamole. I don't know how they would say guacamole. This is great news. Thank you for tracking it down. Holy guacamole. This should do the trick. Wow, looks just like new. Hopefully the band won't notice the mess.
I don't think they will. They're in the fish tank anyway.
Why?
One guess.
They're, fish?
Bingo.
Wait, do you mean to tell me you got the most famous band of all time? The Market Buddies?
Yup.
They're on their way. Wow, I saw them live once and I was blown away. I can't wait.
I'm excited too. I can't wait for the parade to begin.
I got to get back to work so that I can solve this mystery before the parade starts.
Before you go, I should give you something in return.
Oh,
I have some building supplies left over when I made the stage. Is that enough?
Sure, thank you. Oh yeah, we give that to the guy.
Holy guacamole.
You sound like my Duolingo teachers. Well done. If there isn't a dance party in the Market Buddies, I'm deleting my account and the internet. Oh no, that's okay. It was simply a favor.
Don't be silly. You worked hard to get me this rug. I insist.
Oh wow, thanks. 1 money. Ay-ya! All right, now we're gonna go over to our
to our pirate guy.
We have 4 money and building stuff so that he could separate his house. What did we learn about Noddy? Motive. Tried to vacuum up the wizard. Maybe there's some history there. Maybe. Notes. I can read minds. I can't. The mayor hired a cool band to play in the parade. Attacked the wizard. Also, last most important note, long snoot, it said. Long snoot. We need a hook for our fancy cat lady. So I don't know, we'll talk to this guy again. Turn in our stuff.
Questioning me, huh?
Give an item. Take this. Hi, Ralph.
Hello, small frog.
I managed to track down some building supplies.
Oh, great. What exciting news. I'd love to use them if you're okay to hand them over.
Of course. I mean, wait a second. No. It's of course. Of course I'll hand them over, you silly. You had the volume down low but heard wizard? Yes. It's the mystery of the wizard, Darren. An invisible wizard moved into town, and they're missing. We're looking for them.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Of course, I must pay you for this.
Oh, there's no need, really.
Shh, I won't hear that. Please take a money.
Got 1 money. That's 5 monies in total. We can totally extort. We can get extorted. Hooray. Thank you.
Also, I think you've earned yourself the title of honorary pirate.
Wow. Really? Me? A pirate?
Yes, you have a treasure collecting skill of the finest of pirates. For this, I must award you a special prize. Here, take this hook.
Got a hook. Oh yeah, because we're a pirate now. Wow. What do I do with this?
You can use it on your hand if you want, or you can use it for something else. I'm not your dad.
Not yet. Not yet. He wants Ralph to be his dad. Sorry, I don't really know why I said that. Detective Frog needs a daddy.
All good. Enjoy the hook.
Not yet. What an offer. I wish I could be a frog's dad. Oh, it's a hand hook. Oh, that's gonna hold up the sign? I thought it was gonna be like a fish hook. Not a hand hook. Okay, we're gonna hand in the question me all you like. Is a hook. I am back. You're back. Yep. I found you a hook. Oh, my stars. Thank you. I can fix my sign right away. That's okay. Just pops into place. I would like to repay you for this hook. No, that's okay. I got it for free. Nothing is free in this world. Just kidding. Our society is really progressive and often things are actually free. As a sign of my gratitude, please feel free to use my house whenever you need. What? Oh, we get to get in. It's fairly simple, but beautifully decorated at least. I have a phone, too. Great, I'll be sure to use it at some point. Thanks, Susan. Susan. Oh, I love her name. Fantastic. Did we learn anything else? No, we just lost our hook. We lost our hook, but look what we gained. We gained accessibility to her home. And I guess that we're going to call this, we're going to call somebody on this phone. Let's try to call somebody first. Who should I call? I don't have any friends to call. Oh, no. Thank you for the follow, Fallenir? Fallenir? Is that the name of like a knife in Lord of the Rings? Oi! Thanks for the follow. Don't have any friends to call. It's a real shame. Okay, we gotta go talk to Mary. Mary just had a higher voice. That's all that I did. Oh boy, I love questions. Give 5 money. Oh my god, yes, I am now a knight from Lord of the Rings. Oh no, is it that not what it is? Fallenir. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I didn't know what the name was from. Is it from something? Am I saying it wrong? Oh my goodness. Thanks for popping in. While we're pulling off this very suspicious case. Hi there, Mary. Hey, detective. How's the extortion going? I think I've got you 5 money. Whoa, for real? I didn't think the extortion would work so quickly. That's excellent news. I'm really good at getting extorted. I'll say. Anyway, do you have the information for me? Totally. Last night, I saw the postman drop off a parcel. It was around the time that the parade got destroyed. I couldn't see who he was giving it to, but it was somebody here in town. Barney is the postman's name. He's a chill dude. I don't think he'll mind if you call him up. I have his number. May I have it? Absolutely. A phone number. I am become knife. I have become death. I mean knife. Isn't the knife from Lord of the Rings called Sting? What? No, that's a dagger, if anything. Not like a butter knife. Yeah, Sting is the name of the little goblin blade, the little goblin dagger.
It glows red when goblins are near.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I should do a old person voice for this person. Thanks for giving me this money. I'm really excited to visit Froggywood. I'm excited for you. Obviously, I have to wait until the parade is over. Of course. See you around, detective.
Yes. Could give this guy an old voice. Phone number.
Phone number. Let's call him on the phone. See what kind of suspicious things this postman has to say. An investigation continues. Who should I call? A mysterious number. Fallen ear is a butter knife. It glows in the presence of margarine. Oh no! It tastes like butter, looks like butter, but Fallen ear knows better.
Barney.
Oh, Barney's got a sweet little earring there.
Barney. Hi, it's Barney. I have you on speaker.
I have you on speaker. Hi, Barney.
Hi. Who am I talking to?
Lobster Cop.
Wow, really?
No, I was tricking you.
Rats. Who is this? Noodle?
I'm the detective. I'm calling you about an incident that happened last night at Warlock Woods.
I didn't do it.
Do what?
Whatever you're calling me about. Wasn't me.
Are you sure?
What did I do?
Last night, somebody destroyed a parade that was being set up for the new residents of town. For the new resident in town, the Invisible Wizard. I was told that you were in the area when it happened.
Oh yeah, I was there. Didn't destroy anything, if that's what you're asking. Was just delivering a parcel.
Who were you delivering it to?
What was her name? Oh, Lola.
Huh? I don't think there's anybody in the town called Lola.
It must have been somebody who lives there. The address was on the parcel. Though I can't remember exactly which house it was. Sorry.
Do you remember where the parcel was sent from?
Oh yeah, I deliver a lot of parcels from there. It was from WizBay.net headquarters.
WizBay? That sounds really familiar. Where have I heard that name before?
I don't know. Mandy buys a lot of stuff from there. But it wasn't for her.
Do you know what was in that package?
Some sort of shoe, I think. Maybe 2? A pair of shoes.
Did you get a good look at them?
It was pretty dark. I have no recollection of really of seeing anyone. Not even a face.
Huh, weird. Warlock Woods is pretty dark, but I haven't had much trouble seeing anybody before.
Me neither. It wasn't much more dark than normal either. All I remember is a blue dress with stars on it.
I'm pretty stumped on this case, Barney. Do you know if there were any clues left behind? A signature on the delivery slip or something?
I didn't get them to sign it. But I remember something dropping over the entrance to the woods. I tried to call out and tell them, but they stumbled off before I noticed.
Dropping over? Remember something dropping over at the entrance to the woods. What? At the entrance to the woods, you say? I'll check it out. All right, very suspicious. We're learning a lot of information here. The shoes! Undoubtedly, they're the shoes. Oh, Darren, you're gonna watch some Dragon Ball Z with pizza in the roomies? Ah, yeah. Enjoy. We'll see you later, Darren. Enjoy that pizza. Enjoy that pizza, my friend. Okay. We're gonna read these notes about Barney. Let's open it. Let's open it back up. Well, 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 Barney. What do we know about him? Motive: accidentally crashed his van into the decorations. Drove away without realizing it. Notes: cool guy. Didn't see who he was delivering to. Lola. Responsible driver. Had me on speaker. I should search near the Warlock Wood entrance for the thing that dropped. Okay. Well, well, well. Aha! Somebody's glasses. This must be the thing that Bonnie was talking about. They're glasses. Got some glasses. Lobster Cop has that trying too hard smile. He's sus. Oh, they have a name engraved on the arm. The Invisible Wizard. Well, this is my only clue left. I should try and return these to the wizard. She should be in the old house near Carlos's shop. The old house, you say? We have a pair of glasses for this wizard. Well, well, well. Let's see if they're indoors. I mean, I see that there's smoke rising out of the chimney, but there's smoke out of every chimney. Is the first one good too? Yes. The first one and this one are like pretty much identical. Like they have the same humor. They all have, they've got different characters and a different story, but it is just as goofy. Hello, is anybody home? I found these glasses. Oh, are we loading another area? We going inside? What? It's nothing but boxes in here. And pie. Well, well, well. And a broom. Reminds you of Grim Fandango? Oh, yeah, I've heard of Grim Fandango. I played a little bit of that game. It's pretty funny. I liked it. It's like a point and click, like a classic game, right? Also, thanks for the follow, Shades Lament. Shades Lament. We're investigating this invisible wizard that we have appeared to have found right now. Dot, 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 dot. They're gone. With a puff of smoke. Oh, look at the crab. Crabby boy. I love it. Can I pick? I can't pick it up. I want it. When do I get this crab? You were watching my sister? Oh, wow. Shades. Why, thanks so much for hopping in here. I almost said the raid. Shades, nice to meet you. Hi there. It's me, the Earl of Suds, hanging out without my camera on. I normally have my camera on, but for today, I am just a cute little chonky Pikachu on the right-hand corner. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I know, I miss you in her videos. You're so very sweet, Shades. I'm glad that you like the videos. I'm proud of lots of those videos. They were lots of fun to make. They were lots of fun to make. I enjoyed it. It was good. Now I've kind of moved a little bit far away, so I probably won't be making any more videos on her channel, but it was fun. It was fun while it lasted. It's true. I'm glad that you enjoyed them. That's so very sweet. We did work very hard on those. Who is this? Poof! They're gone again. Come back here. This wizard's just gonna hide in every corner.
Hello? Hello, where have you gone? Here, are you hiding here?
I wonder what voice I'm gonna give this wizard.
The basement's been open. What kind of suspicious things are going on down?
So many pies. Pies and chips. Oh, it's got 2 eyes. No.
A beautiful wizard voice. Oopsie. Well, well, well. What do we...
Is this a living bug? It's a living bug and a fish. I can't believe it. And another crab. Another crab. Use a Darren-esque voice. Darren-esque voice. Darren's just got like a really relaxed voice. But he's got a deep voice, right? I don't know. I mean, he's Canadian, so he'd probably say like, "Sorry, Earl." Is this wizard a hoarder? Ah, who's there? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. I am the detective. Oh, thank goodness. You're here to solve the mystery. Yes. Okay. Well, I don't know where my glasses are. So solve that as soon as possible, please. Thanks in advance. Oh, isn't the wizard a she? That is true. That is true. And she's beautiful. It almost looks like she's got a mustache, though. A big old beautiful blue mustache. Is the wizard a frog, too? Suspicious. They're invisible, so we don't know. They could be. Also, Tayaki-san, how are you doing? Owa, owa, owa. Welcome. Those eyes, though, I know they're bulging. Shades limit. They're bulging. Look at those big old eyeballs. Thanks in advance. I found your glasses, I think. Are these yours? Ah, I can see again. I thought for some reason that would expose more of the body. It's 3 a.m. You have stuff to do tomorrow? All right, Calico, we'll see you later. Calico, night-night. Get some rest. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye, Callie. That was so quick. You should get a promotion. I don't remember calling a detective to solve this mystery, but I must have done. Otherwise, why would you be here, right? Yeah. Well, no. I am actually here to solve a different mystery. Which one? I don't mean to ruin the surprise, but the town was setting up a parade for you. I'm sorry to tell you that last night somebody destroyed it. I've been trying to figure out why. However, I noticed that your house is littered with the decorations. Where were you last night? I was on Whizbay. I got some new shoes. I picked express delivery. They arrived last night. Oh, you're Lola? Yes. Back to my alibi. Oh, back to my alibi? Wait. I went to pick up my shoes from the delivery guy. And I dropped my glasses. Oh, that's all I have to say about that. Are you sure? Yeah, I think somebody else must have destroyed the parade. Perhaps one of my enemies. You have enemies? Yeah. Who? The, guy. Evil guy. I'm sorry, what? Enemy. Evil guy, my enemy. Evil guy. Yeah. Are you making this up? No, evil dude is really my enemy. Don't you mean evil guy? Evil guy. Your enemy? Yes. Where can I contact evil guy? Oh, he's not able to be contacted. He's very mysterious and not available right now. Or ever, even. Anyway, he must have destroyed the parade. Case solved. We did it. Well done. Wow. Too bad he's not able to be apprehended, but at least we can continue with our lives. Lola, are you being dishonest? Yes. I'm really sorry. It was me. It was an accident, I swear. You destroyed the parade, didn't you? Wow! I didn't know that the parade was for me. That's so nice. And I ruined it. When I dropped my glasses, I couldn't find my way home. I was bumping into everything. What happened when you got home? I had some chips stuck to me, so I ate those. And then I just hid. Why didn't you tell anybody what happened? I'm so embarrassed about it. I only just moved in and I made a big mistake. I'm a very shy lady detective. I make myself invisible so nobody can see me. That must have been why nobody saw you last night. Yes, I suppose. Can you become not invisible? Uninvisible? Visible? Oh, what? You're back and there's really nasty thunder on the way? Oh no. Lupus, that is not good. If you insist. Ta-da! What? You're a frog like me. Yes. I'm slightly disappointed. Oh, what? No, don't say that. Detective Frog. I'm slightly disappointed. What? Well, it's just that I had a good joke prepared. I will do it anyway. Okay, so imagine that instead of a frog, you were revealed to be a lizard. Oh, no. Okay, so you've just been revealed, okay? Pretend. Okay, it's me, a lizard. Wow. So you're not an invisible wizard after all. You're an invisible lizard! Yeah, it was a good joke. I thought so. Detective, are you gonna tell everybody? I'm brand new, and it was a mistake. I'm worried that if you tell everybody what I did, they'll be upset. I think they'll forgive you right away. But what if they don't? I want to make a good first impression. When we go outside, can you please tell them that it was Evil Guy? But that's a fib. A white lie, perhaps. But who is it harming, really? Evil Guy. Evil Guy isn't real. This is a moral dilemma, Lola. A moral dilemma. Just like in my favorite episode of what? What is this, Perot? It's your choice, Detective. Let's face the music. Face the music? We have to pick? No fibbing! And this is how Frog Detective met his wife, Invisible Wizard. Lost her glasses, totally did the crime. No real motive, but still the culprit. Notes. Shy lady. A frog. Just moved in, made a big mistake. Lied about having an nemesis called Evil Guy. Wants me to tell the town that it was Evil Guy. What am I gonna do? Boo, get off the stage. Back from lurk to take a break from drawing. All right, Lemon Bay, welcome back. You're here for the exciting conclusion. Hello. Everyone says hi. My name is Lola. Hi, Lola. I am a frog. Just like me. We're so glad that you could make it, Lola. I'm sorry that there's been so much commotion trying to get the parade ready for you. Somebody destroyed it last night. Marie, don't tell her that.
We're sorry that somebody destroyed it, Lola. The detective has been trying to figure out who did it.
Well, detective, have you solved the mystery?
What's his voice again? I hope it wasn't me. No, I hope it wasn't me.
I'd be surprised if it was any of us.
I wouldn't, looking at you, Ralph.
What?
Ralph didn't do it, Victor. How many times do we have to tell you? I just don't trust that guy.
Rude.
I'm not rude anymore, Ralph. I had food. I don't think that's how it works.
I didn't do it.
Well, I guess we'll find out in a moment. Poor Ralph, I know. Fib to not upset Lola. This is your only chance to get a girlfriend, lad. What? Divey. Go ahead, detective. Oh, what are we gonna do? Should we lie for her? Should we lie for Froggy Love? Lying for Froggy Love. Let's see. If Arisa was a frog, that was a wizard, it was invisible, and wanted me to lie, what would I do? A poll? What? We could do a 1-minute poll. Let's do it. Y'all decide. Who did it? Evil Guy or Lola? I say we do a poll. The shortest poll possible. Y'all can decide. Listen, it's a moral dilemma. What would I do IRL? What, to a town with an invisible frog? And I'm a frog detective? Linz, this is far too far from reality. I can't take this seriously. Be honest. No lie. It could jeopardize the career. There'll be no third game. There'll be no third game if we don't tell the truth. then obviously there'll never be a third frog detective game because we're going to lose our job. Everybody will know that we're a fraud. You're a bad liar. I will do so when given the opportunity. What? You're a bad liar, so you lie? I'm confused. Yes, Kitty, don't be silly. Don't be silly, of course. If you were a frog and they were a frog and it was a whole town full of random animals, who's it gonna be, you guys? Are we gonna risk the relationship? Oh, in game. Oh, I see, Blue Jay. I see. Always a persuasion chance. You have to roll for charisma check. So he has the choice whether to lose his career or future wife. Lola is way in the lead. Oh my gosh. Be honest. Explain and they'll understand the mistake. That's what I'd obviously do in real life. Yeah, boy. What? Celestial! Thank you for the 17 months. Oi! Before we get some hype in the chat for Celestial with the 17-month support. Hey! Celestial? Why, thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Also, hi there, Mystic Silver Moon. I didn't know that you were here. Hiya. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Hi. Celestial. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Oi. Hope your day's good. Lola, 17 votes? Oh my gosh. All right. Lola did it. Okay. Well, I solved the mystery. Who was it? It was Lola. What? It was an accident. Lola dropped her glasses last night while picking up some shoes that she bought from Whizbay.
Oh my gosh, those are the ones that I really wanted. They look amazing.
Lola can't see without her glasses, so she had a lot of trouble getting home last night. She bumped into just about everything. I'm sorry. I feel awful. I realized what happened when I had lots of chips stuck to me. I ate them. They were delicious. The parade was for me all along, and I didn't realize. Lola was very scared of your reactions, so she hid in her house out of shame. Oh, Lola, it's okay. You should have told us. We completely understand.
Yeah, Mary destroys stuff all the time.
Yeah, I really do. Plus, Naughty tried to vacuum you up, so I feel like the parade being destroyed is kind of fine.
I thought she was a ghost. That's what they all say.
Heh. We're all really excited that you're here, Lola. We don't need decorations anyway. I really thought that Ralph did it.
Victor!
Victor, apologize to Ralph. Ralph, I'm sorry I accused you.
It's okay.
I'm also sorry. I really didn't mean to destroy the parade, but I should have spoken up when I did. I'm a very nervous lady. Plus, what a terrible first impression.
Not as bad as my first impression.
What did you do?
I ran over Mary by accident.
What? Barney ran over Mary? Haha, yeah. That was really painful. Haha. You can't just draw a smoking gun at the very end of the story. Should we get this party started? What do you think, Lola? Yes, please. She had it coming. What? That's what she gets for extortion. She extorted a frog, so she got ran over.
Oh, yeah, baby.
We got another musical number. Look at him go.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Crab drums. Ow, ow, ow. I'm gonna shake it real good.
Come on, get it, baby. Get it, shake it.
Ah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. One-eyed froggo. Yeah, that's what I la.
Yeah, boy, that's what I'm talking about.
The music's jamming. It's jamming.
Oh, yeah. Look at that smile.
The music is jamming. The fish are swimming. And I still don't have a whammon. Who said that? Oh, that was Lynn. Is Ralph doing the YMCA? Ralph? YMCA. He is. He is doing the YMCA. I can't believe it. Thanks for playing. You're welcome. It's a great game. Who was the best dancer? Thankfully, we don't have to judge this time. In the last Frog Detective game, you did have to judge it. It was too difficult. We had to go for the monkey, I think. Snitch! I can't believe it. Achievement unlocked of being a little snitch. We need to do it the other way. We need to try lying. I wonder if we can go like straight to the story. There's our notes with our beautiful stickers. Frog Detective, solving agency. Frog Detective speaking. How may I solve your mystery?
Detective.
Supervisor.
It's me, the supervisor.
I am aware.
Great job on solving the invisible wizard mystery. It was quite a head-scratcher.
Sure was.
I was shocked that the culprit was the wizard herself.
Yeah, the mysteries I solve are never what they seem. It's always a misunderstanding or an accident. Nobody is ever malicious on purpose in my mysteries. I'm so glad that crime isn't real.
Didn't you get extorted earlier?
Yes.
I think that's a crime.
I suppose that crime is real after all.
Your office is called Frog Detective Crime Solving Agency.
Yes.
Detective, why do you believe that crime isn't real?
I was simply exaggerating. Plus, despite my job title, I've never actually seemed to be solving crimes.
That's gonna change in a moment, I think, Detective.
Oh, super duper.
I just got a call about a doozy of a case, Detective.
That sounds exciting.
It is, but it's also the most challenging case I've ever sent you on. I'm confident in your abilities, but you might need backup on this one.
Oh, like who?
I'm gonna send Lobster Cop to help you with the case. What?
Really? Lobster Cop handles such advanced cases. Won't I just slow him down?
Nonsense, Detective. You've shown to be a very capable mystery solver. I think you're in the running to be the new #1.
You're making me blush.
You'll be A-okay.
So, where am I headed next?
I can't say over the phone. It's too sensitive.
Oh, wow.
Head to the train station. I've left a ticket for you there. The train will take you where you need to be. Good luck, Detective. Do you think you can handle it?
I can handle anything. Is that it? Is that the end of the game? The cliffhanger? After the detective has left. Oh, hi there, Kuri. What's up? Kuri's here. Why, hello there. Hello there. It is Kuri. Oh, there we go, jamming. Check it out. Jamming on our train. Oh, the Lobster Cop is gonna drop cleaning supplies in here. My book. I want to look at my stickers one last time. Hey! Hey, that's illegal! Yeah! What? Are they stealing my book at the end of the game? You're gonna end on that? Gasp! Oh my gosh, look, later at the station, what's happening? It got stolen! Hey, that's extortion. It just says ticket. It just says ticket. Well. Theft? Is this post-game stuff? Oh, what is that worm? That worm! Gummy worm! Gummy worm train! Whoa, this sounds like the Incredibles music. I'm loving it. Gomu Womu. Gamu Womu des. Hi. I love that worm. He's gone to Arizona.
The detective will return in Cowboy Country. Or county. Corruption at Cowboy County. Cowboy County. Corruption at Cowboy County. Yeehaw! You best be getting it a bit.
Cowboy County, I'm excited. Too bad it's not made. Too bad it's not real. They lied. I can't believe it. Dun dun dun. La 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 la. Frog Detective 2. In the case of the invisible wizard. Let's go. Let's continue. Let's see. That might be your new favorite voice. I don't even remember the voice that I did. Oh no. No. Dang it. I wanted to continue so that I could do the alternate ending. Expert investigator. Complete your notebook? I didn't complete the notebook? What? Dude. I didn't complete the notebook? Says who? What did I... Big spender. What is this? Are you supposed to... Fibber. Okay, so fibber is pretty obvious. This is for lying. Looks like everybody wants to tell the truth. Look at that. Everybody wants to tell the truth. 60% of the people. That's you guys. Y'all are the 60%. You're not so special now anymore, are you? I'm in the 35. I'm in the 35% liars. Big spender, expert investigator. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to do this later because I don't want to fool with this. We'll fool this with save and quit. Make up your own story with voices. Oh, what? It was rootin' tootin'. There's a lot to unpack for the stream. I know. It's been an absolute mess. It's been an absolute mess, and I love it. Oh, look, there's a bigger field of view. I would have appreciated that, actually. Dang it. Too bad I didn't check. We're not special. Not special. Hooray. It's all right. Not everybody can be special all the time. Yeehaw.
Let me see. Corruption at Cowboy County. Was that the voice that I was trying to do? You best be getting it up out of here, boys. I said, boys, somebody been cheating at poker.
85% of the chat chose to tell the truth. The moral average. You're moral. Oh, it's that one? Okay, I'll try to remember it. I guess I should go adult and go to bed in a timely manner. Good night and toodaloo. We'll see you later, Kareem. I hope you enjoyed the madness. The madness of Frog Detective. That's a good game. I liked that. I wonder, yeah, what's the store page say? Well. What do we have here? Also, hi there, the crane couple. Oi, nice to see you. Hello. Yes. This is a short game. You're darn tootin' it short. I don't have any other, I don't know if I have any other games like this. I could have, let me see. I downloaded, Nyog. Nyog. I don't know if this is, this isn't a story game though. This is like a puzzle game. Is that the Cruple? The crane couple? If you put crane couple together, then you get Cruple. Oh my God. Kenny, when are you getting Tower Unite? Oh, it's $20. It's $20. Oh my God. Oh my God, Curry. You want me to buy the stupid tower game for $20? It doesn't even have VR support. I might pick it up. Oh my God. Oh my God, Ronnie. Oh. What you would spend it in the arcade. Oh, you'd spin in the arcade. They got a casino. Oh my God, a casino. Get it and I'll PayPal you later. Oh, I'll pick it up. A casino. Oh my God, I can't wait to spend all my money in the casino. Whoa, this is too trippy. Stop that. Stop existing. That hurts my eyes. Ooh, this game is wild. Holy moly. Have y'all seen this game? This game, Super Flight. This was shown to me by a wizard. By a local wizard. Great. Turn on your sound. This Look. Is our game, Super Flight. You can fly. The flying game. Maybe I'll play this for a second. I want to show y'all this game. It's very funny. It's very funny and very fancy. Here. Where'd it go? Where are you, Superflight? I want you to see this little flappy guy. I want to see you, this little flappy guy flying around. And you're supposed to not run into stuff, but you're supposed to get as close as possible. I'll show you. All you're supposed to do is just fall. It's a falling game. Your voices never cease to amaze. Random Mouse. I'm glad that you enjoy them. Look, I'm a little guy. Oh, yeah, we're just flying. Physics games. Look, if you want to, you can fly close. There you get some points. Get some points by flying close to the... Oh, dead. You're a sucker for YouTube gossip? What? You relate Superflight to gossipy and shady YouTube videos. What? Superflight? What does that have to... Ooh. We should pick a game. I wonder if I have any more fun story games that we could play. I do some more voices. A new record!
Well, it looks like we got ourselves a new record. He hit the wall and busted into 1,000,000 pieces, but that's a fresh record new high score.
Grim Fandango, let's gossip about YouTube. You guys, what's your latest spicy YouTube gossip? I heard that YouTube is... I don't actually have any spicy gossip, you guys. Can y'all give me something? Is there anything suspicious that's happening in the YouTube sphere? I can't wait to be a YouTuber. Oh, I'm dead. You've been watching fake guru exposure videos recently. Ooh, I love videos whenever people get exposed for the liars that they are. So very exciting. I enjoy these videos lots. Let's see. I've been watching some... I don't know what videos I've been watching. Oh my gosh. What just happened? Did you see that? Did you just see my arms? My arms were flying around. They were ripped to shreds. But he was still alive. He survived through most of that dive. Ooh, oh, you can thread the... Oh, yeah, baby. Ooh. Thread the needle there, chum. Ooh, I see another route. Whee! It's all very exciting. Yeah, maybe we'll play Hades. Because I was thinking about playing Hades, and I did tell Linz that we might play it. I'm beholden to my mods. Oh my gosh! Nice! This is quite the run, I say. Splendiferous. Oh, and now he's dead. Okay, that was pretty good. Current score, 9,000. That's almost the highest score I've ever made. Wow. Yeah, maybe we'll play Hades a little bit. I don't know. My YouTube recommendations have been all over the place. You've been watching crypto scam videos and police interaction videos. Oh no, not police interaction. That's always a mess. And it sure is serious.
What? Over 9,000!
I can't believe it, Lime. I never thought that I'd be so powerful. Come to find out. Oh yeah, this is the first frog game. Frog game number 1. It's too bad I don't have any more story games. We're gonna play Hello Neighbor in October, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I have any funny story games that we could play. Journey to a Savage Planet. We should play that sometime. Moss. I thought that I downloaded an extra game in here. I do have a lot of games. Let's see. You think that you have a key from Humble Bundle? Whoa. My dog just farted. Pray for me. Quick, plug your nose. Escape the room. Escape the room. Get out of there. Get out of there. That library. Crane Couple, I have 1,058 games. The 58 really drives it home. 1,058 games. Holy moly. Too many games. Ooh! Let me try. Let me scroll through these really quick. Wait a second. How do I see all the games? I want to see all of the games. And 69 perfects. Nice. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let me expand them all and I'll scroll down. Oh. at the bottom. Nice. Holy moly. No recorded activity. These are all games that I haven't even clicked on. Ah, wee. Savvy, what? Did you say that you're going to go to bed? 69 perfects. We should ruin that. We should have ruined that with Frog Detective. A shame, really. We had such a good opportunity. I had to get that nice. But yes, good night, Kenny. Good night, chat and friends. All right, we'll see you later, Savvy. Get some rest. Oh, yeah, and Power Washing Simulator has a new update. I forgot about this. Oh. Tempting, very tempting.
Rated everyone.
Rated everyone? I can't believe it. I thought that this game would be rated M for clean. Rated E for egalitarian? I don't know. Yeah, new update. Interesting. It's more cleaning. Can we one day use the random number generator to get what game you have to download and play from your Steam list? How would I do that, though? How would I get the number? You have Frog Detective 2? Oh, we just played that, Lime. Thank you for the offer, though. It's very generous. That's literally what we played today. It's a good game. It was very funny. Oh my gosh, what is that? A giant drill from the Underminer? New power washers? I think that it's just new areas, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, you thought it was one? No, we did just play number 2. Maybe we'll do some power washing a little bit later. But I don't know. I'm not feeling in a power washing mood, you guys. Ooh, we could try out the new Phasmo update. I don't know. Maybe I should save this so that I can be extra spooked out whenever I play with OT. Also, hi there, Awkward. What's up? Phasmo! Crane Couple, you down to play some Phasmo? We should play Phasmo sometime. That would be fun. We could even play offline so that we can relax and y'all can say all those nasty words that you've been holding back this entire time. Among Us? No. No Among Us. Kenny, I want to play with you. Curry. Well, why don't you invite me, okay? You've got to invite me. Listen, I'm very, what's the word? Like elusive? I don't know. Yes. I'm elusive. You invite me. Let's play some Risk of Rain sometime. Let me buy this tower game. Let's play that. Let's play Phasmophobia. I don't know. Yeah, I'm shy. I'm bashful. I'm a bashful bean. Yeah, next time just invite me. I'll try to play. And if you don't show up, I'm gonna be like, he hate me. No. No. I don't hate anybody. I just strongly dislike the occasional person, but not you, Kuri. Not you, sir. Oh, 69 hours. And we can't play this game. We can't play this game. We got 69 hours in it. 69.4, look. 0.6 more hours and it'll be ruined. He hasn't played with us either. Lots of hate. It hurts me. What? Oh, we've played games before. Oh my gosh. You guys are very sweet though. I can't believe that I have friends now. Hooray. I've got friends. This is nice. BRB, gotta take a shower. All right, Linz. Go get not stinky. That sounds good. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you toast. We played. Listen, I would play that new WarioWare game, but there's no. What's it called? There's no co-op. That's online. It stinks. I want that sweet co-op. That game is lots of fun. Na. Ooh, maybe we'll try to get over it. Maybe we'll save this for the end though. We should save. I know. Gosh dang it, Nintendo. No online. Can you believe it? I honestly am shocked. Every single time that Nintendo sends out a game, it doesn't have online co-op. Come on, just Nintendo things. I know, we need an online co-op party game too. Can we play Hades until Linz gets back? And the second she types in chat, we quit. Of course. Yeah, let's play like a round of Hades. Let's see if I'm garbage at this game now. Let's see if I'm bad at this game. Let's see if we can beat up our dad. Can I beat up my dad, please? Let's see. We should change the title, I suppose. Get to the menu so that we can listen to some jams. Die, I can still hear the stream. Oh, no. Die's in trouble now. All right. I'm going to update this info while this screen's totally glitched out. I'm going to say... death to daddy. Death to Daddy, and I'll switch it over to Hades. Well, oh, thank you. Who just updated that? Who just did that? Die. Thank you. That actually, even in the edit panel, that updated. That was strange. Okay. Let's see if I'm stinky. Well, I mean, we all know that I'm stinky, but 69 escape attempts. What? We've played for 69 hours and we've had 69 escape attempts. Are you kidding me? No. Dude. Nice. Leave it at that. No, it's too, no, we gotta keep going. We gotta keep starting a new game. It looks like we already did. Oh, we went in hell mode. Gracious alive. Okay. So yeah, we were starting. This is in hell mode to make it even harder. This is too hard, I think. I remember us playing this and it is actually extremely difficult. Maybe we should do a new one. Hell mode. For those unafraid of death and other difficult matters, a pact of punishment will make your life harder right away. Yeah, see, that's too hard. If you're a veteran of the cycle of death, rebirth, or seeking a purer, more challenging experience, I don't want to be pure. I want to be a mutt. But yeah, we could start a new game and see how bad I am at the game. Because we'll be totally souped out in this new game. Let's open up a new save slot. But that means we'll have to watch the story, won't we?
Tales are told of Hades, whose very name inspires fear and penitence.
He's a little boy.
Reminding
You
us
did that
of
last stream. It didn't have fun with it.
which
Yeah,
we all
let's
share.
not do hell mode. That's a mess.
I, however,
You're headed off to bed, Mystic.
you
We'll
such
see you
a
later. Get some sleep.
listen.
Get some schleppy. Hope you enjoy your rest. Look at that. That story was so long. Oh. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye, Father. I have to use my sword, the worst weapon. The worst weapon in the entire game shall be used by me.
Piss off.
Piss off? Did he just say the piss word? Excuse me. I need to switch cast to this. Special? This. Dash call. All right, this looks good. I think. Yeah, there we go. Now it works. Wahoo! Have a good stream. Gotta go and eat. All right, enjoy your food. Enjoy your food, Vaughn. I hope that you eat that delicious food and enjoy. Please enjoy your food.
Try and stop me.
Please, just try and stop me. Immediately hits me. Whoops. All right, feels good to get back into this game. We're also weak as heck. I wonder if we can beat a boss without any boons or anything. Without any of our abilities. Will we survive? Only time will tell. You're too lazy to get food? Oh, wow. You better go get that food right now. Although, I know, it's pretty frustrating. Recently, I've been, like, waking up and not being hungry. And I'm like, breakfast. Why bother? Why get breakfast when you can stay in bed all day?
Then here goes nothing.
Hail, noble cousin. Now, let's get you from that miserable place.
You've watched
I'll see
other
that
people
all of
play
us
this
are
game, and I
this
think
right
I'm just
Can
a
you hear
slow
with me?
passive wee bean. Oh, are you super careful, Die? I mean, that's smart. That's smart in this game. Dash can deflect. I'll take that. Thank you very much. That means that every time that I do this little move, I can deflect beams that are shooting towards me. Wow, that's exactly what I need. Oh, wow. Gold Bear, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Bed, nice for sleeping. Oh, yeah. And I wasn't actually sleeping in my bed last night. I was sleeping on the carpet. Oh, no. I got fussed at by Arisa. I'm sorry. My bed's up sitting against the wall right now. My mattress is busy. It's busy leaning against the wall right now. You'd have to cook and you don't want to make anything? Oh, what? Awkward. Are you being lazy? Oh, this is another one? Raddus Squirrel. Hi there. Predict with channel points. Will Kenny beat the Fury on the first run? That's the first boss of this game. And right now we've got nothing on our Mirror of Fate. And we've got no upgrades for our weapon. So we're just using the base weapon. And to be fair, I'm not so good at the sword, but
You want to die again?
on the other hand, I am also literally a pro at this game, and I've beaten it like 20 times, so it should be a piece of cake, to be honest. I don't see a reality where I don't beat the Fury, okay? That's just me.
She is.
If you want free points, that's up to you.
Accept this message.
I'm sorry, just bed nice for sleeping sounds like a Razor's voice lines. What? Razor's voice lines? I don't know what you're talking about. Hi there, fake Kiwi. When you deflect attacks, it deals more damage. I like that. Special is stronger and can deflect. What are we... After you take damage... So maybe... Putting 5k on no? All right. That's your point, Slime. That's your points. You don't have faith in me? Well, that's all right, Awkward. I'm not a deity after all. I'm only the son of a deity. You could call me Lil Zag. Lil Zaggy. Little Zigzagoon. Little Zigzagoon moving through hell. No, I'm not Hades. That's my father. I'm called Lil Zag.
Wham, wham, wham.
Yeah, so the Fury is right after this area, and then what's the Fury, the Snake, the Fury, the Snake, the Bull, the Man, the Bull, the Man, the Legend. See, look, these sorry suckers don't stand a chance. Y'all are wasting all your points, but I'm glad to see it anyway. Let's see, how many points have I got? 59.
Each exit has its own
59
door.
puny coins. Let's go here. Is that Diablo? My phone is being slow. Mert, it is not. It is not Diablo, but it is kind of similar. It's got the same like hack slashy vibe, but this is called Hades. Kind of Diablo-esque, I would say. But it's really good. It's also got a really fun story, really pretty art. I saw that Diablo 2 has been released. I am curious about that, but I've never played it before, so I've got no nostalgia for it. I'm scared that it won't be so good without nostalgia. I feel like Salty is blinded by his past. He's who suggested the game for me. Ooh, all right, let's go. Who said that she was bae the other day? I'm trying to remember. My tag still says brick building. Good thing too, because the building bricks of this stream are Hades, Hades, Hades. Dimmadoody, dimadiddly dong. I tell you what, I'm a little dimmadiddy, a little diadimity, diadimity the anemone. Whoa, sorry, I'm gonna have to deflect that, chum. Yeah, this deflectability is absolutely amazing because I'm not injured by anything that gets deflected. So even if it blows up right next to me, it won't even hurt me. Let's go. Razors from Genshin Impact. Oh, Genshin. I see. Yes. I haven't played that in a while.
In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Kenny, have you had a drink recently? I have not. No. I've not drank anything. I'm all washed up and parched.
The power of the hunt helps keep me company, so maybe it'll help you too.
Ah, this reminds me of the hunt. Deadly strike. Let's see. Any damage that you deal has a chance to be critical. Pretty good. Your attack is stronger. I do like a crit attack. Let's do that.
The power of the hunt sounds like good company to keep.
Yes, as many critical things as we can do would be better, since our base attack is going to be this. And hopefully for this attack, I can get a, maybe I can get lightning. That would be awesome. Let's do that. You can't redeem any sippies? I can take a sip. I'll take a sip. I should anyway. Yeah, where's my water? Okay. I got my water. Hi there, Wolf Blur. How are you doing? Hi there, Blur. Would you like me to call you Blur or Wolf or both? All right. All right, I got my sippies. My sippies have been sipped. Thank you for reminding me, Awkward. I haven't been watching many streams, but Kenny's my perfect comfort streamer. Fake Kiwi. It's so sweet. I'm glad that you like it around here, my friend. We like having you around here. You're a good bean, Fake Kiwi. Y'all are all good beans. Do 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 do. Ooh, I just got hit. That was clumsy. That was clumsy, but I just deflected the rest of it. That's my fault. I turned them off the other day because you faked it, you sorry sucker. I did. Somebody told me to get a water break, and I pretended to drink water when there was none in the container.
Now what?
Okay, so this pomegranate mods one of my abilities over here, these boons. So it will modify one of them and make it stronger. Or this gives me more max health. Now, normally I would have a bunch of abilities that would give me more max health, but we literally just restarted. Since we just restarted, I'm going to take some health. Because every little bit is pretty important. Because it's pretty difficult to heal yourself without some of those mirrored things. Hi there, Jay Ranger. What's up? Welcome back, my friend. It's Jay Ranger. Jay Ranger. Bam. Okay. Also, the little golden thing that you see over there is their shields. So you can't stagger them until you knock down those shields. So they can just stand there and blast you in the face if you don't be careful. If you don't be careful, you're gonna get blasted right in the face. Bop. I should kind of be checking these pots, but not much gold is gonna come out of them. Keys. Keys will be used to unlock things on the mirror. Hey, get out of here. Get out of here, you wicked character, you. Look at these guys. Oh, dang it. I didn't have an extra dash. I lacked the dash. Stamina, lacking the stamina. There we go. Stop giving me keys. I don't need keys. I need this run to be better. I need to beat the Fury. Otherwise, y'all are all going to get your money back. I'm going to steal all of y'all's fake money. You find this easier on a keyboard and mouse? Yes, much easier. Personally. But it just helps me with aiming. I don't know. I've got a big screen, and it's pretty cozy to just use my mouse. But I don't know. It seems like gamepad would work for some people, but it's just not for me. I think I tried it with the gamepad one time. If you saw me, Lime, I did adjust my keyboard settings though. Did adjust them because like the basic version's a little tricky. I also don't use my cast nearly as much as I should. Ooh, that was stupid. Yikes. Ooh, that was dumb. I kind of didn't realize that he had a shield until it was far too late. Yeah, there's a lot of like hack and slash on these first levels while I'm still really weak. Saw that shield, sucker. Yeah. Get out of here. Gotta go. Hope you managed to fight the boss. All right, we'll see you later, fake Kiwi.
That'll keep me going for a bit.
Thanks for the lurkies. To the store we go. To Sharon's store. Excuse me, Sharon. Could I please purchase some... Karen. I mean, Sharon. She's so beautiful.
Why, good to see you, Charon, mate. Just minding my own business, taking in the sights, and hey, what's that you got? Some sort of wares for sale? Then I'll just have a look around.
Yeah, buddy. Sounds good. Take a little look around. Oh, look, all the little lost souls are scared.
The present chamber lies the outermost perimeter of Tartarus, promising terrifying dangers far beyond the underworld prince's reckoning.
Why can't I romance Sharon? It's because he's got no lips.
Quite a bit.
You can't kiss somebody with no lips. Told you this 1,000 times, Lime. Stop trying to kiss that mannequin. There's a reason why society frowns upon it. Kenny, what should I draw? Or should I actually work on my university work? I think that you should draw a frog, if I'm being honest, Awkward. I say that you draw a cute frog and then you get back to your work. Blinding light. Your abilities that deflect also makes foes exposed. This is great. For bonus backstab damage. Let's do that. Even though, unfortunately, I don't have some of my better boons or my better mirror stuff. I spend my money. Spend that money, he says. Gah. Why frog? Because we just played a frog game and frogs are adorable. And they're green and stuff. Okay, so this is the thing. This is the bet, you guys. Here we are. The Fury.
Come on.
The one, the only, the Fury.
Besides, don't you have someplace else to be?
Your father sent me. All in all, I'd rather be on your bad side than his.
I have not fought her in a long time.
Like a good little man, or I can send you home the painful way. What'll it be?
A good little man. You better watch your mouth, blue lady.
Way.
I'll have to go the painful way.
A man after my own heart.
Ooh. You draw frogs? Gold bear, I want to see your drawings of frogs. Frogs are good. Oh! Oh, man. She do dash, though. Okay, and then... Oh, that's just a mega attack. Goodness. It's been a minute since I've played this game. She's exposed to backstab damage. Okay, just get away from her. Stay away! Meg, you're rough, though. Ooh, I should be dodging to the side to hit things. I kind of wanted to throw like an extra... Oh, man, I can't dash out of that! I'm so weak! Yikes. Yeah, I can't dash away from her big attack. I gotta, like, already be on the way out. Oh, my gosh, no. Holy moly. Who voted against me? Oh, my dashes are so slow. Oh. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no. There she goes. There she goes. Oh, crap. Oh, geez. No, 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 no. I got this. Or not. Goodness. Ah, no, no, I died. No good. Man, I am big time relying on my stuff. Dang. I am big time relying on the items. I forgot how bad I was at this game. Oh, no. Oh, no. We died. If you can't tell. That is too bad. That is just too diddly darn bad. Well, well, well. That's how it goes. Never believe in the streamer. Oh, wow. I'm not that bad at this game.
Dark and lavishly appointed layer of the underworld.
Well, you just saw what it's like there. Now watch this. All right, you see that? Quit for now. You'll be able to continue. Yeah, watch this. Watch this. Watch me destroy this game now. Now that we're past 69 hours. Watch this.
That Lerny.
And now we destroy the game. Because I'm actually very good at this game. Sometimes. That's what you get for having faith in Kenny. Have faith in me. So many people want to talk to me. What the heck? Ooh. We should give out some gifts.
How's it going with that pact of punishment you signed? You've made some meaningful improvements to the underworld.
Oh, yeah. The pact of punishment.
I'll fight my way out of this place or earn it. The pact is nothing to me other than a way to keep things lively.
Yeah, see, because we're already good enough level over here that we have to make it even harder on ourselves. Too much faith in the streamer. I'm sorry. We believed. Crane couple. Have you ever played this game, though? Has the crane couple ever dug down to Hades? Turn in the knucklehead. Looks like I'm the knucklehead. Can I post Froggers into Closet? Of course. You could post just about anything as long as it's family friendly. One of us may have beat the first boss and then stopped. Oh, one of us. So vague. So vague, very cheeky. I like it.
Regarding your responsibilities, our resources director is available.
It do be one of those roguelike games, though. Spicy difficult. Spicy difficult. There's been a few different roguelikes that I've played that I kind of just gave up.
The fabled resources director. So now I get to give away the hard-earned resources I've painstakingly
Yay!
gathered over time.
I'm the resource director. I finally got a job. Thanks, Dad.
It is not necessary that you do. But if you wish to rise above your current station, you shall do it.
Thanks, Dad.
What's the point in rising above my current station? I thought our work was to be done in secrecy.
Zag's mad.
It is. There is no point but pride, and pride is dangerous. Do what you will. I care not as long as everything gets adequately done.
You heard that? Pride's dangerous, you guys, so y'all should stop being so prideful. Oh, authority granted, rank advanced. Well, well, well. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I would gamble, but we all know my record. Linz, can you vote that I won't win and then I will win? Please. Linz, I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you to gamble your stuff. Does Kenny beat Daddy Hades? Oh, beat the whole game? Holy crap. Beat the whole game. I don't know about that.
You're the one whom I should thank for this most wondrous music stand, my friend. Why, it is positively splendid, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I bought him a stand.
A renowned court musician ought to have the finest means available, I think. I'm pleased you like it, Orpheus. Though, tell me something. How can it play your music when you're not even here?
Yeah.
Who can explain the secret art of Daedalus, my friend?
It's a magic one, of
Only
course.
that whenever it produces
You're
music
literally a
for
god and you're
enjoyment,
asking
that the
why
sound you
magical
hear is
things work
coming from
magically.
my soul.
Oh, my soul. Darling Starlet, hello there.
A bit unsettling.
How are you doing, darling Starlet? I hope you're doing well. Zoot? Where's Night Mama? Night Mama. Where's she at, though? Oh, yeah, we should check our mirror. Reflect. Reflect on our mirror. Okay, we still got privileged status. That's good. You're gonna go, you're not feeling good? Oh, no. Celestial, I hope you start feeling better. Get some rest. Get some rest, Celestial. I hope you feel better. We'll see you later. Celestial, enjoy your shower. Did you ever read Percy Jackson? I did not. Did not read Percy Jackson. Every 5 encounters, you get a random upgraded boon. I kind of want this. Should we do an upgraded boon or should we do let me see. Oh wait, that was a boon from Yeah. A boon from Demeter is it will like upgrade the rarity of one of your boons every few rounds. I'm going to use the Palm Blossom just for fun. Palm Blossom is fun. And so is the Pierced Butterfly, because if you play encounters really well with the Pierced Butterfly, then you'll slowly get more and more damage. In fact, I'm wondering if I should do this. Dr. Zimzam Spaceman Hades, yes! Hey, it's been a while since I've been around. Things have been busy, no worries. Times get busy, Zimzam. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Dr. Zim. Ooh, I'm tempted to use the Pierced Butterfly. Kind of depends on what weapon we want to use. I'm not using the shield, even though that's you get extra points for using the shield. I should probably use the spear. That's my best weapon. Best weapon, and since y'all are all betting and y'all won't know, y'all didn't know which one I was going to use, I should probably use my best weapon. I think this is my best one. Okay, so if I use the spear, I can use a lot of skewers early on. Every 5 encounters. Palm Blossom. Ooh, I don't know. Okay, so this isn't a fully upgraded thing, though. It's not fully upgraded. Clear 15 encounters with this to rank up. So that's 3 palms, and then we've upgraded it completely. Well, yeah, let's do that. We'll upgrade our palm, and we'll see what its, like, max charge thing is. And now we're going to pick the things that make this run more difficult. Because I think everything else is set up. Okay, so hard labor. What have I got on right now? Tight deadline? Oh, crap, dude. Tight deadline is just like speed run. You just got to go fast. Probably not the best for this palm thing, but that's all right. Oh, wait, no, the palm's fine. Okay, it's not good for the Crimson Butterfly. Because Crimson Butterfly, you got to go fast. I mean, you got to go slow to be careful. And this, you got to go fast. Let's, how much would we have to, ooh, that's quite enough. What about, 1? Even 1 would do it. Well. Even 1 would make it so that we can get new items. So, all foes deal bonus damage. Lasting consequences is very stinky. All prices are higher. Let's do extreme measures as a 1. Bosses gain new techniques. Let's do that. Tight deadline, so we got to go fast. Extreme measures means that the first boss is extra difficult. Okay, we'll do that. Oh, Lupus, you got to go to bed? All right, we'll see you later. Get some rest. Get some rest. Much love, Lupus. Get some sleep. Good luck with work tomorrow.
Time to break.
It was good to hang out with you, my friend. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully sooner. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Tonight we started late. Okay, let's gotta pause really quick. I've got 5 jars. Let's, oh crap, I did not mean to give that to him, but that's okay. Dang it, I just gave Ares the, okay, I did not mean to give Ares that. I was trying to look up the codex.
It is with wishes that I lend my favor in a coming war.
Yet from you, my kin, I sense no
Dang
such
it.
motive.
Well, we still got
Quite
5 of
taken
them.
aback by that, I must admit.
All right. Okay, C updated. Let's look at it. Ah, that's not that good of a relationship. Who do we have the most relationship with? Aphrodite's got 4, 5. Ooh, Zeus. Zeus we can't even give any more. Mamma mia. Yeah, so one that we need to work on is Athena. Athena and Ares, I guess. Yeah, Athena and Ares will be the ones that we give to. Thank you. Love you guys. Hey, we love you too, Lupus. We love you too, Lupus. You're a good bean.
Surely you've heard the rumblings about a war which has erupted on the surface here.
A war, you say?
You've seen an
Splendid.
influx of fallen
Zeus.
It's
Zeus
quite a
is
decent
great.
one, I have to say.
Zeus has electric
likely to rise to the ranks of
abilities.
the
So
greats.
nice.
Too
Also,
few
Ares
armies
is not
engaged
bad.
in it,
I'm
I fear.
glad that we've got Ares so far. The boons are kind of different every run. Let's see. Blade Rift for a dash is okay. Let's do special inflicts doom. I like that.
Oh, I forgot that I'm using the spear.
I thought I was using the blade. Oh no, that's kind of a silly move to have for this one. Whatever. Doom's always nice to have. Doom's always nice to have. I just need to probably make sure that I get an electric move. I need electricity for my main attack, if I can. I forgot. I thought that I was using the sword because inflicting doom in a group is nice. Inflicting doom on a group is great. I could be stacking doom with a standard attack, but I thought I was using the sword. It's actually pretty good with sword as well. It's just really dumb move, but that's all right. It's just an attack. Depending on how the run goes, we might have so many boons that we actually replace that. It's not probable, but it's certainly possible. Okay, let me work on my aim. The spear hurts on attack and retract. We're gonna go to darkness always because darkness gives me an extra bit of life, I think. I think it gives me extra permanent life just for picking it up, if I'm not mistaken. Don't remember what the bonus is, but it's something real good. And the money one is pretty lame if I remember properly. But we've got like a bunch of bonus items that show up when we just go to any old room. We've unlocked lots of stuff. We have lots of unfair abilities. Yeah, it gives me 5 more max life. Nice. Zoom. Dionysus or hearts? 2 status effects is possible. Maybe a cast? I don't know. Dionysus is not a very good boon. But what can you do? Yeah, I mean, if I get... So, I have an ability that if I get 2 status effects on an enemy, then I deal way more damage. So, this guy makes it kind of easy to have a status effect. We'll see.
Hanging out with Ares, are you, Sag? He's quite the chap. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. And now, I'll give you this.
Are they friends? I didn't know that Dionysus and Ares were friends. Nice. Look, see? I could switch the special if I wanted to. That's not very good. Cast? I mean, that's what I asked for. Using a fountain restores all your hearts. That's a waste. It's a weird cast. It's a weird cast for me to pick here. But that's all right. I'm a weird guy. I'm a weird guy. Looks like there's a mini boss. I can't even remember what the mini boss is on the first area.
Right there.
All right, perfect. Perfect catch.
Got a knucklehead. Knucklehead fishy poo. This will give me more life. Let's go for it. Oh yeah, it's isn't it the little hopping dudes? What the heck? How's this a big skull area? Oh, he hit me. Yikes. First hit. Good thing I'm not using that crimson butterfly. Good thing I chose to use this one. This palm can't be stopped. In fact, we should be... Gosh darn it. What's up with these dashes? How many dashes do I have? 1? Now I got 2. How did I miss that? Yikes. Yikes. I would say practice run, but we already had one of those. Oh no. Oh no. Fishing in the river Styx? Always. Always, always. Blue Jay. Okay, I'm not doing another Dionysus. Thank you very much. Demeter, oh my gosh. Dionysus and Demeter, not any good. These are not what I need. Game, you know. Oh, I didn't think I was in the area there. Oh my gosh. I gotta get my head in the game. What the heck was that? Okay, I see that bomb. Oh my gosh. Okay, focus.
Anyone else?
But Dionysus is a party god. He is a party god.
Each having lost a child.
We don't need a party anymore.
That he's a hollow fool whose child left.
Demeter?
My daughter never would have.
Could you calm down?
Ever.
Could you quit being a maniac? Your attack inflicts chill. I do like that. Any health effects are more potent. Health effects, you say? Let's see. Health effects would be if I pick up any food. I mean, that's kind of nice. And if there's any, restorative boons that I get later. If I inflict chill, if I have festive fog and also doom, it'd be pretty easy to get them affected. Chill. Let's do that, even though I kind of really need health. We need to take the next health that we can. Okay, electricity, great. I'm immediately proven wrong. Because electricity is what I want for my attack now. If they give me an attack, I think I'm gonna have to take it. Oh my god. I thought that would hit the... thought that would hit their attacks. Yeah, see, it does. I guess I was too close and it didn't connect. Oh my gosh. I'm getting all messed up.
Lord Zeus.
All right, Zeus. We can't even give him anything.
We'll keep you safe here from your father, Zagreus. But while you're still inside that underworld, there's only so much we can do.
Ooh, this run is a mess. Okay, well, at least they didn't give me an attack. After you dash, a bolt strikes a nearby foe. Your call is for lightning. That's okay. Thunder dash. Just after you dash. I'm gonna do this.
The might of the heavens.
Little bonus dash. Unalterable. Oh, is this our big rock boy? He can give me some health. Good thing too, because I'm weak. Knees weak. Arms spaghetti. Oh yeah. I wonder what kind of relationship we have with Sisyphus. It's like only 3. Let's not.
You know, I was just thinking, sir. Sometimes
Great Uncle Perp is always great. We do love Unky Perp and Uncle Fish. Uncle Fish and Uncle Perp are the best.
Oh, well, I just think you're in a tough spot lately, Prince. But you'll get through. As for old Baldy,
Old Baldy, and it's capitalized.
Lay your troubles on him if you like. Dealt all of mine on him a while back.
Old Baldy.
So
He says it like a proper name.
Talk to him and chat. That's all it takes.
That's truly all it takes to make a friend sometimes, indeed, Highness.
Oh, Di, you were wondering why I didn't pick a centaur heart? Because I'm a freaking maniac. That's why. Because high risk, high reward. You know what I'm saying? I like living life on the edge, okay? Wait, is this the end? I thought that I was getting more, I thought I was getting blood for this run. Oh, I am. Okay, this is not the boss. I need to probably hurry up. How long do I have? 5 minutes? Yeah, I might need to hurry up. Also, somehow I'm always imagining that I can deflect using my dash. But I definitely cannot. I can deflect nothing. I have to dodge every bullet. Every bullet. Every single bullet is danger. Living like Larry. Yeah, living life on the edge. Living like Larry. Ah, good job, SpongeBob. Now you're living like Larry. Listen, I'm living like my best friend Sandy's about to go into hibernation. She's about to go into hibernation. We got to do some clam sledding or whatever it's called. We got to take some risks, okay? Sandy's almost going to bed. I'll be Dirty Dan. Heal me up inside. Ooh, Zeusy. Ooh, Zeus. Let me see. Hearts, Zeus, or a curse. Zeus is nice, but we don't really have any special abilities. We're going to take some damage, get out of here. I'm just saying that Demeter's boon also boosts the effects of centaur hearts. And give you more max health too, not just food. Oh, I see what you mean. Nice, centaur hearts. I see. We need to focus on those then. You don't know what's going on? Oh, Kestrel Bun Buns. We're trying to escape Hades. We gotta beat up 3 different bosses, and then we have to beat up my dad himself, and then we can escape hell. But yeah, it's a very tricky game. Every run, you gotta like restart at the beginning and try to bust your way out of here. Though I didn't say much, I really enjoyed hanging out with y'all. I hope y'all all have a lovely evening or day. I'm off to bed. Get some rest. Live it, Barry. It's always good to hang out with you too. Nighty night. Everybody, say goodnight to our friend Lemon. We'll see you later, Lemon. After, let's see. So there'll be benefits. We can either gain max life. That sounds great. My life total is reduced by 45. That won't be too bad, honestly, because we don't even have that much health right now. Next 4 encounters, your dash has less range. That's dangerous, man. You find more gold. Slain foes toss an inferno bomb, and I can't deflect any of it. Let's do atrophic soul. Atrophic? Oh my god! And it reduced my... That is not what I expected it to do! It drained my health to an... What? It gave... Now I have 1 health. Get wrecked, dude. I just got wrecked. Dude, that sucks. That's not fair. I thought that they'd let me keep my health and that they just reduced the max. That's what the thing says. It said that it would decrease the max, not that it would drain my health and keep the percentage that I had. Oh my gosh. Didn't say that it would literally cheat. Goodness. Now I got 1 life. I just got to get hit by anything. Oh, no hit. Wow. All right. No hit. Nice. 26. La 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 la. Splendid. To store the hammer. Hammer would affect my, ooh. Yes. Hammer. That's what we need. Got him. It did get me. Sorry, suckers.
That's just the edge I need.
Hold special for a charge skewer. That stinks. Spin attack recharges faster. That stinks. Perfect. His special hits 7 foes. Perfect. Chain skewer. Excellent. Exactly what I wanted. Exactly what I wanted. And I've got 2 minutes to beat this boss. Let's hurry up. I'm probably going to die once, at least. Maybe twice. Oh no, Tsephone. Is that Tsephone? And... Oh yeah, it is Tsephone with some like bonus. Okay. We can't deflect anything. We've got no deflection. Oh, no. At least I can get like full effects on her. Okay, that's... What was that? Oh, no. She hit me with one of her little charge beams. Ooh. Oh, next one. Okay. It's Electo. Yes, thank you. I literally forgot their name. Ow! Ow! Oh, my gosh. Oh, I should have calculated whether or not I would have the benefit from that curse before this battle. I should have checked that. It's a good thing to keep an eye on. Oh, I missed. Oh, she's invulnerable. Next area. It just gets tighter and tighter. Oh my gosh. Oh, and she's gonna have a stinking big blade in this tiny area? So rude. Oh, no. Bad dodge. You're all... No. Ay. Tsephone, you're dead, Zoe. You're dead. Yeah, baby. 1 death. Nice. 1 life. Okay. Okay.
Nice chatting.
I can accept one. This is fine. This is fine. It's okay. My spear was just sitting there. Please pick me up, master. Please don't leave me behind. All right. We lived. And we're barely healed at all. Oh no. We're gonna stick with the palm, I think. Look at that. 4 more encounters to rank it up. Thank you, Die. Ooh, Death Defiance. Ooh, let me think. We haven't seen Athena yet, so there's a pretty low chance that we're gonna find free Death Defiance. We have an opportunity here for a whole nother life. Ooh, I'd probably be pretty stupid to leave this one behind. Yep, we're gonna grab it. And these other items are stinky. Very, very stinky. Do I want to remove any of these things? Oh, wow. Still got 2 more rounds with the Atrophic Soul. We could get rid of... Well, I mean, we can't pick anything that we want. Frost Strike. Trippy Shot. Trippy Shot's so worthless, but it's not. But it's worth more than 40 bucks.
Going up.
It's worth more than 40 big ones.
Clear.
They give me more health and more time. We're only at 1 minute. They're gonna add what? 6? 9? 69? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back up to 10.
We're getting somewhere.
10 minutes. Now to my worst area. The lava. Welcome to Lava Land. One of my favorite things to dip my feet into. I like to have warm feet, you guys. Nothing worse than cold feet in the entire world. And I am definitely going to abuse this special so much here by just sitting here and just throwing the spear around. Because it'll hit all of the enemies. That's what I'm talking about. No damage. No damage. Yes, please. Ooh. Speedy Boy. We definitely want to grab Speedy Boy boons if we can later. Our favorite Speedy Boy's got some really good stuff for dashing.
Death approaches.
Oh.
Thought I'd find you here.
It's you.
I have a feeling this is not going to take much time at all.
Thanatos. I have such good Thanatos luck. Also, pretty good weapon for this. Because I have some actual ranged attack. Bong, bong. Ow. 10 health. Do I have my health back yet? Okay, Thanatos is winning, but I'd rather not lose tons of health, to be honest. I'd rather lose. Ah! He got hit by 3 in a row. Yikes. Oh, I won too.
The power of the gods.
Ooh, what are we gonna upgrade? Let's upgrade Frost Strike, I guess. Yeah. Upgrade that. What do we get? Ooh, a heart. Thank you. Than. Thank you. Than, you're my man. Keys. What is that? What does that offer me? A nerd with a switch. Thank you for the raid. Oi, oi, oi. Nerd. Thank you so much for coming in here. Hey, hiya! Wahoo! And Pikachu. It's a nerd with a switch coming at you. Yeah, what's up, nerd with a switch? Thank you for the raid. Hi there, Damnalia. Is that how to say that? Oi, hello, hello. Thank you so much for coming in here. Haku, welcome, welcome. Hi, raiders. You were playing Fire Emblem's 3 Houses. Ooh, Fire Emblem. How was it? Did you romance anybody? Did you have any stellar conversations in the castle? We're playing Hades, as you can see. We're doing a pretty tricky run. I'm supposed to be doing good. I'm back on my main account, and it is it's getting pretty spicy. We're trying to crawl out of hell, but whew, it's hot down here. A nerd with a switch. Thanks so much for coming over here. I hope your stream was fantastic. How was it? You gotta tell me about this game. I have barely seen any of 3 Houses. Everybody that came over with a nerd with a switch, how was the game? The combat, I'm trying to remember what the combat's like in that game. It's not turn-based, I don't think. I think that it's like an action game, right? I don't know. I've played some of the really old Fire Emblem games, but I never got to give 3 Houses a try. I played the ones on the Game Boy Advance, like very old ones. Okay, we got to get away from this guy. That's the... Ooh, that was the move, except for the fact that we got smacked. Oh, boy. I am not showing off my abilities today. It's been months since I've played this game. And it's rough getting back. You said that the stream went well. You're currently working through New Game Plus. Ooh, okay, so you're like a pro. Currently doing the Golden Deer route. You finished Black Eagles a few weeks ago. Oh, there's an action-based Fire Emblem game. How did you know? There is one. Three Houses is turn-based RTS. So basically, as I like to call it, an anime dating sim with added chess. Oh, so it is the same kind of chess gameplay. Okay. I see. I enjoyed the games pretty good. They're pretty good games. I'm glad that you're a turn-based RTS. It's a dating sim. I mean, this is almost a dating sim. Not quite. Not quite. I mean, you get to have a relationship with these characters, but I don't know if you ever get to date any of them. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. This is bad. This is not a good area to be fighting in. Oh no. Ooh, I got hit once already. Okay, I gotta back up. I gotta smack him out of the way like this. Okay. I can deal with this. It's not too bad. They've already lost their shields. Okay, good. Oh my goodness. Palm Blossom. Nice. Greek mythology dating sim win? I know, right? I did see my friend Salty playing a dating sim where you're like dating Cthulhu creatures, I think. Like you can, I don't know if you can date like the old ones or anything or any deep ones, but now I'm interested. I've got to look into this. Dating characters that shouldn't be dated. Like, what's his name? The KFC dating simulator. Colonel Sanders. That should be played again. You have a thing with Dusa, right? Yes! Dusa's very cute. But I don't know if they're like in a relationship. The call makes you rapidly... ooh, these are epic boons. So that just means that it's the same boon, just better. Your dash causes a lightning bolt. Well, dash causes a lightning bolt, or I can cause them to be jolted. Jolted. Let's do... This is epic. An epic strike. You played the Colonel Sanders dating simulator. It was interesting. That's a good choice of words.
Lord Zeus's strength.
I found it incredible. I thought it was amazing. I streamed it too, but it was like 2 years ago, and we weren't saving my videos back then. How clumsy. It was before our stream historian showed up. Ooh, and getting to heal ourselves all the way is very nice. Haku, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, I should probably introduce myself. Hi there, everybody. My name's Earl, or Kenny, or the Earl of Suds, or whatever you want to call me. I play games every single day. I just like to hang out with all of the cute beans in chat. All the cute beans in chat are great. And I like to hang out with them pretty much every single day that I possibly can. No matter what. Because games are better whenever you share them, in my opinion. Yes. Ooh, I wonder if Kuri's still here. The multiplayer game that I've been playing is DayZ. That's what I want to play with my friends. But I don't think that Kuri has DayZ. A real shame. How are we going to be able to, like, kidnap other players if we can't play DayZ?
Delicious.
I know TV Tropes has lots of tropes that are basically, did you just attack Cthulhu? With some of them being punch out, have tea with? Did you just romance Cthulhu? No. TV Tropes, I don't know what that is. It's, it has a bunch of tropes that are, did you just kiss Cthulhu? Right on his tentacle. How dare. LOL, you still have the Earl outfit? I actually do. I do have the Earl outfit. I could wear it. Let's do Curse of Pain. Let's go for that. We're going to upgrade our Doom attack. Doom. More health. Yeah, the Earl outfit is just like a big fluffy shirt. And then a giant blue coat. I've got lots of outfits for this Halloween season. And I'm going to probably get some more. I need to get a Nigel Thornberry. I need a Nigel Thornberry outfit. You said you feel like you've missed a lot. Oh, wow. Awkward. I mean, we're coming up on 2 years of streaming. I can't believe it, but I've been doing this for 2 years. Not full time, but 2 years nonetheless. Okay, Lerny the Bone Hydra is going to be throwing bombs out. This is a great attack. It's a great attack because I can attack the bombs while I'm attacking Lerny. This is going to be excellent, I think. As long as I can dodge all these dummies over here. Nice. I can combo all of the attacks and everything. I can make sure that I'm hitting like everything at the same time. See, look, I attack the egg at the same time as attacking his little minion. His little filleted minion. I can make sure that I stack up my like effects. And it allows me to attack the eggs that Lerny throws out. And that just means I'm not even close to him while I'm attacking him. We're destroying them. Oh, I saw that egg. Where'd it go? I can't see it. Did it already get deleted? Did I delete that egg? Excuse me, honey. Did you delete the chicken eggs that we left out in the coop? Breezy! Oh no, Breezy can't hear me. Oh no. The audioless lurk. Oh my gosh. Breezy's so sweet, supporting me, hanging out in the background. Oh my goodness. Breezy's a good bean. See, like I'm attacking them all at the same time. Just using this this ricocheting. Oh man, have I even been hurt a single time? I don't think I have. I think that we are going on a no-hit run of Lerny. Oh, never mind. I didn't know that he's gonna use those. Lerny, you hateful snake. You hateful snake, you. Brr. He attacked me at the very end with the thing that I never expected.
It's brilliant.
Lerny, you got me this time, buddy. You got me this time, you sorry sucker. Anyway, time to raid and run. Oh, no worries. A nerd with a Switch. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Get some sleep, eat some food, drink some drink. It was nice to hang out with you. Thank you for bringing your friends over here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, nerd with a Switch. Have a wonderful sleep, my friend. Leiaverse.
Haven't been here in bit.
Hey.
Glad to see you still.
Thank you for the 11 months. I super appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi. Leiaverse. Thank you so much for the big sub. 11 months. Almost an entire year. Holy moly. Almost the big 12 months where you get the beautiful rainbow, baby. Same here. You need to get some sleep. Sound good. Haku, thank you so much for the follow. We'd love to hang out with you whenever. But yes, get some sleep. Get some sleep. I normally have a cam on. Although that reminds me, I was going to actually make this little Pikachu thing animated, like make it bounce with my voice, but I didn't have time. Maybe I'll make it so that I can have a VTuber thing whenever I want to just not turn on the cam. But yeah, Haku, get some sleep. We'll see you later. Leiaverse, how have you been? Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. You haven't even been hanging out with us, but you're still supporting me. Thank you. Skeletal lure. A fishing point will automatically spawn. That's not good for this run, but it'll be good for later. I'm not adding. I have a special little trinket that I can wear that gives me an extra life, but I'm going to ignore it. Because if we lose like 4 lives on this next level, then I don't deserve to win. Okay? That's the kind of logic that I'm working with. I don't deserve to win if I die that many times, okay? You gotta take this game seriously, okay? There's a lot of points on the line. We have to kill Dad. But we don't have much of an advantage right now with Dad, if I'm being honest. We're gonna need some more boons. We're gonna need some boons that'll break this game, because this game is not broken right now. It's not broken. Our special's pretty good, because we can get a lot of distance and we can hit a lot of enemies at the same time, but we need to, like, heartily break this game. I didn't gamble to win. I gambled to lose. Oh, what? You don't even want to win? Linz, you're a maniac. You're a maniac. I love it. Okay, this attack's going to be great for these little munchkin wagons. For the little meow meow wagons. You gambled to win. Okay, we got to kill the butterflies. Okay. Oh, bum, 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 bum. Nice. Easy first levels. No surprise there. And we go... Ooh, we can either get more max health or we can go... Let's go Hermes. Let's break this game. Hermes is a good bean. Also, holy moly, he's got some thick thighs. He's got thighs for literal days. Here we go. We can attack all the seeds at the same time. Nice. Another reason to love this spear. Yeah, this like combo of chill and doom has been surprisingly effective, to be honest. They're two pretty lame effects, but with being combined, they're actually pretty great. It's an unlikely pairing. Hermes? What's our relationship? 2? Nah, let's leave it. We only got 4 pots of juice. The true Thicky. I know. Look at those thighs. Holy moly. I need to go work out my legs, you guys. I'm trying to look like Hermes over here. I'm not the god of swiftness. That's the god of thickness. You can dash more times in a row. That's good. Regenerate casts quicker. That's sucky. Attack is faster is nice, but more dashes. I'll take that. That's not the best boon, but not bad. Okay, so one of these rooms will give me attack. One of these rooms will give me could give me lives, but I'm not missing any lives right now. So we wouldn't do that. We would do the attack bonus. The hammer, I can't think of a good thing that the hammer can do for me. I honestly don't. I can't think of a good thing that the hammer could do. Is there a way to check what the hammer can upgrade? I thought that it was in here. I guess it is not. Entry complete. Okay, fine. Hammer, I know that you can do like charge effects. I'm trying to remember. Oh wait, there is one that makes the special breakthrough shields faster. Ooh, that's really good. That's really good, but it's risky. Let's do it. We'll take the risk. I hope that we need the one that causes the special to do more piercing. We need the special to pierce. And otherwise, we'll just take something that doesn't break my my special. Because I've got to have this this combo special thing. I'd rather ruin my main attack than lose it. Ooh, he got me. Thought I could dodge that. No. Eyeball. Ah, dang it. Eyeball got back. The eyeball, these eyeballs, if you leave them alone, they'll respawn as the full enemy again. Very frustrating. You're unhittable now. I know, so many dashes. So many dashes, I just have to remember to use them. Oh. Hit him with both attacks. If I hit them with my special and my standard attack, then I do way more. Ah, see, I couldn't. I can dodge all of this. I'm just getting distracted. You gotta stay vigilant. You're not allowed to blink. Don't blink, you guys. Just put in eye drops, okay? Don't rest. Oh, do not have dodged in that direction. Goodness, that was a lot of damage. What do we got? Come on.
Let's do for a little maintenance.
Vicious Skewer is not too bad. Okay, this is not what I wanted, but this is fine. Your dash strike hits 3 times. Dash strike hits 3 times, and we've got 4 dashes? I would just have to dash like a million times in a row. Spin attack is worthless. Vicious Skewers, I mean, nice. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do this. Yeah, because it bounces between enemies, so it'll basically do a standard attack going through, and then it'll return. If we can get that ice thing that makes it so that if you combine ice enough times that it makes an explosion, that would be pretty sweet.
Come fight me again, short one. We have eternity to grow stronger.
What did you just call me? Don't call me short. An eternity. Aw. He wants to spend an eternity with me. What a sweetie. What a sweetie pie. Please, could you give me some rare abilities? He's pretty easy by himself. As I get hit. Kaboom! There you go, get drunk. Oh, impervious, you say? I don't do much damage. Doing a lot of hits, not a lot of damage. Oh, are you charging right now? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Leave me alone. Hit a wall or something. Oh, the dash strike is hitting him every time. That's great. Yeah, just chase me and I'll just dash strike you to death. Come on. Chase me. You can't get me. Oh, he did. I did hit him with the dash strike enough times. So many dashes. Too many dashes.
I guess I win this round.
Indeed.
Lady Demeter, in the name of Hades.
All right, Demeter, give me something good. Cast. When all foes are chill affected. That's not gonna happen. What? Whenever you cast, damage foes around you and inflict chill. These are stinky. These are all very stinky. Crystal Beam's not too bad, but I already have a thing. When all foes are chill affected. That's not going to happen that often, because my chill is only my main attack. I don't think that this is going to be a very common occurrence. I mean, at least this but this means that I really got to use my cast. Snowburst. What a bummer. I mean, I always didn't like Demeter, but this is just going too far.
Oh, I didn't even notice them on the wall. Holy crap.
When do you use Trippy Shot? This? Oh, the cast? Oh, I just used it a couple times with that boss. I'll definitely use it with the bosses, but past that, I don't normally use my cast that much. Now I'm thinking about it, so I'll use it. Stabby, stabby. Stabby, stabby, little eyeball. Goodness gracious. Just one of those guys takes that much work. Where's the exit? This is just the key. Is that it? Is that the only option? Aw, stinky. Let's see, we got 2 more rolls. Let's...
I implore the fates.
I don't need no key. Yeah, I'll take some honey. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will take that. Thank you very much. I'm actually watching out for traps now. From now on. Don't want to get smacked by any stinking spears. Stinking stupid spears. You keep those spears to yourself, young man. That's right. I'm just going to stand away from y'all and just skewer you to death. Get away. Go away. Whammo. Okay, we got that. And, oh, I think that it gives me a random palm whenever I pick up that golden juice. Who does Human 1? Hi there. Human 1. Nice to see ya. Hiya. Late Earl stream? Yeah, I kind of started late. I started late. I'm a late... ouch. I'm a late boy. I'm a bad late boy. I can't believe it. But yeah, I thought that I'd hang out with some friendos. How are you doing, Human 1? It's good to see you. Ooh, it'd be fun to play some Phasma with you and OT sometime. Though OT, I have seen, is playing a lot of VR. might be hogging the playtime. Ouch! Yo! Get away! Get away! Get away! Don't hit me. I'm gonna get blasted from these guys from afar. But yeah, we should play a game. I actually missed out on the Jackbox Friendo stream. I don't know if you were there, Human 1. I was so busy that morning. I was too busy. I couldn't make it. I'm a sorry sucker. Ooh, another one. Another speedster. Let's do it. You want to stay for the whole stream, but I told myself I'd go to bed early. I hope you have a good rest of your stream. Good night, Random Mouse. Thanks for hanging out. It was good to vibe with you, my friend. But yes, get some rest. I'm glad that you're doing what you promised yourself. You better go to bed. You better giddy up on to bed now, before I have to fuss at you now. Yeah, so maybe I should just be using my dash strike more often, because the dash strike is killing these little munchkins. Big ol' orb full of butterflies. Just run away and throw that spear. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Who did that? It's so loud. Fantasy Animal Vegan. Oi! Keith! Thanks for the beautiful awakening. Also, I got to hear Keith's voice the other day. I could not believe it. Keith has a real voice. Oi! Fantasy Animal Vegan, how are you doing? 10, I am not a VTuber. I just didn't want to turn on the camera today. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. But 10, yes. Sparkle Nerd, what's up? Yeah, we're playing some spicy Hades. Am I watching the Jackbox games and you were watching them? I see. And you were missed. Human one. You can't tease me like this. Oh, wow. Fantasy Animal Vegan, how are you doing? I need to talk to you about Minecraft sometime. Minecraft? Yes, because I want to set up a Minecraft server for my beans. But I don't know. I'm having so much fun on minis. I don't want to like split my time between servers. I don't want to split my time between servers. I want to be selfish. Ooh, speaking of selfish, I should have gone to the shop. Didn't read. Ooh, what is this? Oh, this seems sucky. Your festive fog effect also deals lightning damage. What? It's just a cast thing. No, I can't use this, and it's a fated choice. This means that I've never picked this boon before. It's probably so rare because I never get these crappy boons. Ah, it's upgrading a crappy boon. So rare, but static discharge is a way better choice. This is a way better choice because it gives them an effect. Gives them an effect for me just dashing around them. That's too bad. That's too bad. I gotta do what's good for me. I'm sorry. I so want to get that fated choice. You'll get other good ones. No. OT hasn't had the time to stream as much lately. He's been playing some Arizona Sunshine on VR. That game's fun and very spooky. That game legit scares me. Are you playing this with mouse and keyboard? Yes, I am, Darren. Also, hi there. You've seen Lins and Die everywhere? Lins and Die are two good beans. They're two good beans. I see Die in other chats too. I see Die over in Darren's streams.
I've no such fear myself, Theseus.
You play with a controller? Keyboard's pretty easy. I did adjust the keys just a tiny bit. Cast on scroll wheel is really nice. But I'm also not good at this game, Darren, so don't even think about changing it. You just stick with what you're doing. You stick with what you're doing. I'm gonna beat up this bull. Yeah, because I'm probably gonna lose a life over here. I can dash a lot. I didn't want to dash this way, but I thought that'd be smarter because no, I was trying to watch for the spear. I'm very bad at timing that spear. It's very fast. And it gives you very little warning. Oh, dang. 2 hits. Mamma mia, it's hard for me to focus on both enemies at the same time. Like that SpongeBob meme where he's looking at the 2 book pages with one eye each. Oh no! SpongeBob, you failed me. I'm staying behind here. Oh boy, your buddy just died. Your buddy is dead. Now you're gonna be dead too. Stabby. I got dashes for days, Sonny. You don't want to be playing with the Dash Master. Dashing battle, my good fellow. Oh, ow! Yikes! Never mind, Dash Master down. Dash Master's down. I repeat, Dash Master is dead. A laughing stock. Get out of here, British. Ooh. Kill. Whoa. Hey, you stop that. You stop that, young man. You come back here. Come back here for your spanking. Excuse me. Stop it. Die, please. Die, please. Please clap. All right. You gonna grab your snake to chill with? All right. Chilling with the snakes. A good danger noodle. Hang out with the danger noodle. Only one death defiance. Not too bad. Let's see. Is there any extra things going on in here? I don't see anything. Let's leave. We need to go beat up my dad. I was described by another streamer as a force for chaos. Sometimes lurking, sometimes loud, sometimes wholesome, sometimes trollsome. I'm happy with that description. Yes, Dai, you're very inconsistent. The only thing consistent about Dai is inconsistency. Okay, so we got this upgraded. This thing, it's every 4 encounters gives us a thing. Great. But we're gonna ignore this. Bye. See you later. We're gonna use the tooth. Right? Let's see. Automatically restore up to 100 when your life is depleted. So that's 100, or that would be 1, 2, probably only 2 max, maybe 3, 2, and just adding on extra 50. So 50 is 100 each. Is 100 for both of them, I mean. The collar is technically more health if I can get another life. Technically. But I don't have any health restoration. So it might be smarter for me to rely on, like, multiple lives. If I rely on multiple lives, I'll probably be more careful. If I have tons of health, it'll probably be more total health. It's tough call. I really do like having the tooth, though. Not gonna lie, it makes me feel pretty good, and I like feeling good. Yeah, let's use the tooth. Because I'm a big baby. Oh, I should have checked this. Kisses sticks. Crap. Dang it. I regret everything. I regret everything. I regret logging in. Dang it. Instant regret. I should have checked it, die. Also, Song of Wolf, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, Song of Wolf, we're about to go beat up my dad. Go beat up my dad. Show him that we mean business. Instant regret. The only thing that I need to make sure is that I don't lose a life. Okay, so we just have to win perfectly.
Which tunnel?
Which tunnel indeed? More max health. That's what I want. That's what I want. Also, hi, Ahsoka. Ahsoka, how are you doing? Also, this weapon is great for this room. Actually, for this whole level. Because we can attack all the rats at the same time. Rats. We are the rats. Yeah, we can attack all the rats at the same time. We can hit these weird little laser things from behind walls. This is a great weapon. This area is one of the reasons why I love this weapon so much. Because early game, you can kind of win with any weapon. But it's this late stuff that'll get you. It'll get you good. But yeah, I should be using my festive fog as well. I must not ignore the festive fog.
Must indeed throw out to Papa Dionysus to throw.
Oh, thank you for the rats. The sweet Danaroo. We love Danny. Dan the man. That is not what I meant to do. I accidentally drank a little bonus poison juice. It's not poison. It makes me unpoisoned. It's wholesome juice. All right, actually using my casts. Imagine using casts. Oh, good thing I can dash for days. Just dash across the entire map. Oh, more people, more things. Okay. Oh, ouch. Owie. Stop. Oh, poison. Where's the thing? Oh, no. The poison. Dang old dastardly poison. Kill that sucker. Pretty good, all things considered. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Rats. We are the rats. Seriously, though, what did I miss? Awkward. I guess you missed me getting to this level. Like, you missed me doing the crawl. Yeah, I'm on the last level. I'm getting there. What kind of boons do we have? We've got an electric dash that also is a jolt. Is there any other passives that would be good? Let's re-roll this palm. That's worthless.
What else we got?
More health? Nah. Let's chance it for another boon. I guess. Yeah, I've taken some serious risks this round, and it has not been paying off. I've got a pretty good weapon though. I did get really good upgrades for my weapon, but it's been a little bit rough. I've been a little bit unlucky with the we're unlucky with the gods that are currently here. I don't like Demeter. I don't like Dionysus. At least we don't. Just imagine if we had Demeter, Dionysus, and Aphrodite, then we would have the full combo of crap. The full crappy combo. Only at BurgerKing.com. Oh wow! Death to Daddy, because you're actually killing your father, Song of Wolf. So we're traveling all this way just to kill our dad. Yeah, the final boss is your Da. Your Da or nah? Are you gonna beat Da or nah? Me and my dad have a deal. I get to kill him and he gets to die. That's how it's been working out. Okay, is this the Rat King? Are we in the Rat King room, or is this just a rat squad? What's going on here? I don't understand this room right now, but that's okay. Is this the final room? Oh. Oh, crap. How'd he hit me? Dude, you are actually extremely stinky. You actually smell very, very bad. Even for a little fawn guy, it's still very stinky. And I am actually sticking right next to this poison thing because you're probably gonna hit me again. Oh, they're all dead.
In the name of
Great Unky Zeus. Pretty good deal if you ask me. What? That's true. Okay, we could take a call. Your lightning bolt effects have a chance to strike twice. After you take damage, your foe is struck by lightning. Let's do strike twice so that we can dash around a lot. Dash around a lot and be a maniac.
Had quite enough here, thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to get out of here.
I'd like to get out of here if you don't mind.
I wouldn't mind having a bit more life. I wouldn't mind going down to the market square, getting yourself some delicious health. All for free. Cassie's Deluxe Health. Right down here, matey. Just go get in your utility vehicle. When in doubt, chuck her in the ute. Oop, oop. Dash, 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 dash. Are y'all talking about daddy issues? Oh, but in Greek mythology, yes. It's a mess. Now I know why my mom wouldn't let me read all those Greek mythology books. But mother, it's Stephen Fry, mother. You're 5 years old. There'll be no Stephen Fry for you. Oh my God. A delicious heart. It's even funnier to hear the voices because you can't see your expressions. Yeah, I thought that today I'm just relaxing. Because I sometimes feel a little bit like I don't know. Like that it's more of a performance rather than hanging out with friends. I don't know. Sometimes I can get a little bit stuck in my head about like looking a certain way. I know that I try my best to be like 100% authentic, but it's pretty tricky to not like care about how you look whenever the camera's on. So, I don't know. I thought today I'd take a little break. Ooh, hyper sprint. Yes, sir. This is exactly what I wanted. This is what I wanted last time too. We love you. Just like you are. You're very sweet, Keith. I know y'all do. I shouldn't think about it. I shouldn't think about it. It's my fault. It's not y'all's fault. Y'all are very beautiful and wonderful, and y'all are very nice and supportive. I don't know. It's just human brain things. Human brain things.
Moving right along.
But thank you for the reminder. Y'all are all. I mean, I couldn't ask for better beans to hang out with. I couldn't ask for better beans. Just look at this. Just look at that lightning. And look at all that health. 300 health, 4 lives, electric dash that also makes me sturdy. We're gonna destroy Dad. We're going to absolutely destroy him. I love that you would give yourself the gift of no camera. What an example. Wait, what? You would give yourself the gift of no camera? Oh, me? Yeah. I try to be nice to myself. I'm doing my best. I'm learning better and better what the time limit, lad. I've got 8 minutes to beat Dad. I'm trying to learn what I like. That's what I need. Boy. Don't tell him. It's 8 minutes. There's no way I'm going to run out of time. There's no way. It's not possible. You guys are so silly. Y'all are both very silly for thinking that 8 minutes is what I need to defeat Dad. It's going to take like 3.
Hate to keep you from your parchment work.
Maybe. Actually, this battle we might take a little longer because
Who shall be first
Papa
to
is
return
spooky.
home this time, do you suppose?
Who shall be the first to return home this time, I suppose? It shall be you, Father. It shall be you, Father. You shall die. Father, you will suffer. You will suffer like all of the times that I did.
Darkness.
Darkness. Father, you merely adopted darkness. I was born into it. Molded by it. Look at that big old poopy cloud. Oops. That was a bad move. Okay, I need to be more careful. More careful, you guys. I gotta stay away from his big attack. Because I can dash for days. I just need to take advantage. Ooh, yikes. Yikes! Pay attention, lad. Ow! He still doesn't stand a chance. I'm being lazy, but he's not gonna be able to win. He's not gonna be able to win. He's trying, though. Oh, a near miss. Where is Papa? Papa, where have you gone? There you are, Papa. I'll attack you with this so that I hit your minions at the same time.
I know where you are.
I don't. Did you drop a hint, Zag? Zag, where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay. Now we both know Zag. Backstabbies. Ooh, that was not the right way to dodge. All right, Papa, where are you hiding? Actually using my casts. Imagine Earl using every tool in his toolbox. Bizarre, really. Yeah, and he's got a whole nother life, by the way. If you haven't seen this game before, this is just stage 1. He's I don't think that he gets harder per se. In fact, I'd say that the second stage is easier. Oh, I shouldn't have attacked while I was dodging. Should have just gotten for full dodge. Ooh, I just went straight into that skull. Father, why are you like this? Every Thanksgiving, Father. Every single one. You have to be like this. All right, next stage. Here we go. What is a cast? Exactly. You don't even know what it's called, even after watching hours of me playing this game. What is this cast? Is that what other streamers use? Is that some kind of mod? Oh, pot. Ouch.
No.
Oh, is Papa about to... Look at that. There's a fish. Free fish for everyone. What's your favorite fish? Papa, you're pretty strong. I'm not going to lie. Not strong enough, though. Because I got dash for days. Ooh, I thought I'd make it through there, though. You die already? Yeah. Ditto, Pops. I can finally vent my daddy issues live. No, Dad, you take out the trash. Ooh, that electricity is nice. Yeah, I should just dash around to do that. Ooh, no, 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 no! Another life wasted! That's all right.
There is no escape.
As I said, we're overpowered. We're too powerful. I'm just being sloppy. I'm being sloppy, but we still can't lose. I do kind of want to get down to the last life so that I can go sicko mode on Papa. Father, are you drunk? Here. There you go. Uncle Dionysus told me to give this to you. He said that it might help you get a little bit more laid back, Pops.
Hey, there we go.
What shall it take? What shall it take for you?
Destroyed! 120 points total on the yes are gonna take several thousand the NOS by the looks of it. Oh, did people just lose their money? Shiny, what's up? Shiny, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! Shiny, Shiny. I hope you're doing good. Hiya! Did you just wake up?
In the name of Hades.
Did Shiny just wake up? In the name of Hades, we just won. Blah, 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 blah. Hooray! Huzzah! Nice. Pretty decent setup. Still had a couple of lives. Still had a couple of lives left. Let's catch this fish.
Come, fishies.
Come, fishies. This is really okay. I was totally focused, you guys. Cashman Gaming, thank you for the raid. Hey, I appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much for the raid, Cashman Gaming. How was the stream? What were you playing? Ooh, Genshin Impact. Nice. Hey, how was the Genshin, everybody? Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic time, my friend. Hiya. Hiya there, Cashman Gaming. You sweet bean. Oi, oi. What's up? Are you down to watch a tiny bit of Hades? Hi there, everybody. It's me, the Earl of Suds. You're good. How are you doing tonight? I'm doing great. We're kind of hanging out late. I'm hanging out late, playing some games. Now you have to go to bed. All right, go to bed, Linz. It's late. I'm sorry for the late streamies. We'll see you later, Linz. Get some rest. Get some rest. I'm glad that I could finally play some Hades for you. Glad that we could finally play some Hades together. Thank goodness. Let's see if we got any more dialogue unlocked in here. You just woke up. You're about to take the train to school right now, and you had some extra time to say hi. Oh, Shiny. You're so sweet. I'm sorry that I didn't start stream soon enough. I missed you. I missed you, Shiny, but then we still got to say hi to you. Nice.
Keeping busy, Resources Director.
All right. From now on, just in case that I accidentally miss out on Shiny,
It's been a while, Resources
all I gotta
Director.
do is just
visit
keep
one
streaming
of
as
our
late as I
swimming
can
and
so that
world
Shiny can say hi in the morning.
better about myself and my new role.
This is also new. What is this? This is Keys and Darkness. What? Congratulations, you officially serve the House of Hades as its dedicated security specialist. Your work is conducted in relative secrecy. Employment is at will for an indefinite term. Should you earn sufficient resources during your efforts, you may donate them back to the underworld to advance your rank and earn a fancy badge. Your rank is purely symbolic, carrying no additional responsibilities, though it may induce a sense of pride, which every god should have. Aw. We make him prideful. That's great. We can't do that. We don't have the darkness for it. Oi, nighty-night, Linz. Night-night. All right.
Hey, sir. Meant to say I hope I didn't get you into too much trouble after letting me in Father's bedchambers.
Ooh, I probably should have talked to Patroclus to continue the story.
Think nothing of it, lad. It was a risk I was willing to take. And for his part, your father looked the other way on that one. Though I did not expect you to get free reign to go there as you please.
Nice. Dad wasn't mad at a Chili's.
Mother can be quite persuasive.
It'll be a chilly day in hell.
Have to tell you, Zag, it's different with your mother around here. Don't mean to be so obvious, but
I thought you killed the dad in the end. Oh, I did. Yeah, but we're gods, so he just revives. He just has to crawl his way back here in shame.
I think I'm good with that for now. Though I am glad she's here.
Yeah, like initially Ahsoka in the game, it was like a really big deal to beat Dad, and like the story would continue in a big way. But we've already beaten him a bunch of times, so it's not as like dramatic. We don't even get to see the overworld anymore. We just go back down to the underworld immediately. We just die as soon as we walk through a door. It's a real shame. Let's see. Maybe we can talk to the Night Mother this time. See what Dusa has to say.
It's my great pleasure to make your acquaintance. Call me Dusa, please. I'm your house custodian, and I am at your service. Anything you need.
She's adorable. She's adorable. Dusa's my favorite character. Do I have a second bag of popcorn? Oh, what? Alchemic, are you double popping it? Oh my gosh. Alchemic, I cannot believe that you're eating 2 bags of popcorn. Make it 5. Make it 5. Popcorn.
Dusa, wonderful to know you. This house is immaculate. Night and day difference from before. Now I know exactly whom to compliment.
So much. I will not let you down.
Oh, look at her tooth. Look at her little tooth. It's too late to cook, and I forgot to eat today. Whoops. So popcorn, it has to be it. Oh, no. Alchemic. I can't fuss at you, though. I can't fuss at you without fussing at myself. I did eat oatmeal today, though. I ate 1 bowl of oatmeal. And I'll probably, like, maybe I'll cook up some of that, fried rice that I have. Ooh. Oh, are you going to bed, Radish Squirrel? Oh, if you're headed out, then good night, Radish Squirrel. Hope you enjoyed hanging out for a bit. We'll see you later, Radish Squirrel.
Don't like the song? It's about you.
Our court musician would eventually come back to his senses. Here yet again, my intuitions are correct, though you appear a bit perturbed. Don't like the song? It's about you. Oh, the sad song about me.
It says I'm really the bastard son of Zeus, but also indelibly connected to the god of wine, and how your parents tore me to pieces, giving rise to mortals, but that I'm always going to be stuck here.
It's a complicated song.
You fill Orpheus's mind with nonsense, he produces nonsense.
Garbage in, garbage out. Hades is right.
So everyone might know that I have nothing to do with you.
We fed him a bunch of lies.
I'm not worried. Orpheus plays for a very small audience. I hope.
If Orpheus ever gets out of here, then there will be all sorts of wild tales that are gonna get out into the world. Dark Thirst also gives some this. Cleaning this gives you that. I don't know about any of this. I mean, we can like upgrade things to make it look fancy, but let's leave it alone. You're gonna head to bed? All right, we'll see you later, Ahsoka. Get some rest. Get some rest. I think we might do one more run and then we'll call it a night.
Orpheus, sorry to interrupt. It's just
I don't know.
I couldn't help but notice that.
Are y'all down to watch one more run? Y'all down to see me go one more time and beat up Dad? Maybe with a new weapon.
Technically, why not consider it a hymn, my friend? In honor of your numerous travails, prior to
My
your
numerous
current set of
false
circumstances,
travails.
which must pale in comparison to all the rigors you've endured to date.
Orpheus, I'm so sorry.
The thing is, none of the information in your hymn is
He's
accurate.
telling him.
It's nonsense. I was just kidding with you, mate. I tried to make that clear.
Oh, no.
You get so lively when I tell you my tall tales, you know? You're not angry with me, are you?
Oh, no.
Heavens no, my friend.
Oh.
Your humility is matched only by your perseverance in the face of adversity. May your great deeds live on forever, much like you.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe that he lied to Orpheus and he admitted it. That's intense, dude. Fish chopping.
Here's what I caught lately.
All right. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a new thing to discover here.
Into the cooking area within the House of Hades, the empty-stomached Zagreus can nonetheless find nothing.
It's so silly. This game like spoon feeds you progress so much that if I see a little dot with a tiny bit of dialogue, then I'm like, yes, progress. I'm just happy to see progress. You see, yep, there's nothing over here in the garden. Whoa, anonymous. Whoa, you can't see my face right now. Oh my goodness. Anonymous. With the 10,000 bits. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the big gigantic bits. Hey. Anonymous! Thank you for the big ghosty bits. What the heck? Can we put some hype in the chat for Anonymous? Hey, Blue Jay with that hype. Shiny! Tagaki Kestrel! Mediocre Pigeon Song Wolf Die. Thank you for the hype in the chat. Goodness. Anonymous! So aggressive at such a late hour. Who does Human One? Thank you so much for the big 10,000 bits. I appreciate it.
Do you
Anonymous.
the singing, Nix? He seems a bit concerned that
What
you
is
might not.
happening? Darling Starlet, you're still here. You're down to watch, lad. You might have not realized, but I enjoy hanging out here. Die. Sounds good. Let's do one more run. Alchemic, if you need to go to bed, go get some sleep.
I am amenable to the consonants.
Take care of yourself, my friend.
child.
You know I'll be back here. And Dai can watch over the chat. If you need to go to bed, then get some rest. You're a hard-working bean. You're a hard-working bean who stays up far too late. Let's go into this room, even though I don't think there's anybody to talk to in here. Oh, yeah. We could double-check our book. We could have almost finished a prophecy if I hadn't been a big dum-dum. You're always here, just shy? Darling Starlet, just because you don't want to talk in the chat doesn't mean that you're shy. You just enjoy the stream however you want, my friend. I rarely talk inside of people's chats. Don't worry about it. I'm always watching, just rarely saying anything. Ooh, bonus, darkness for using the bow, and the bow is a very nice weapon. Maybe we shall use the bow. What is our
I see you drawn in the arms of the seventh avatar. A hidden aspect.
What the heck?
Rama, who are you?
There's a hidden aspect that I just hadn't grabbed. Oh, what is this? Shared suffering. That sounds good. Shiny. Okay, time for me to leave. Was nice being able to say hi. Wish you luck on the run. Thank you so much, Shiny. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope that your day's fantastic. I'm glad that we got to catch you in the morning. We'll see you later. It's fine. What's another 40 minutes? Sounds good. Alternate moveset. Wide, heavy attack. Bouncing triple shot. Oh my gosh. Is this totally new? Foes hit by your special take damage when you attack any foe for the next 7 seconds. Press and hold. That's normal. Wide, heavy attack. What is this? Do I want to buy this hidden aspect? Wait. I have the hidden aspect for this. Dash upper and maim foes. This aspect I've never even seen. What about the shield? Do I have this one? Beowulf. Okay, I don't like the shield anyway. What about this? You have Frost Fair Blade, but your health and other health are reduced. What the heck? Heavy attack, explosive special, life-stealing spin attack. If only I used my spin, that would be awesome.
I see your kingly pardon from
Look, there's another one. There's so many of these that I didn't even look at. Holy Excalibur, you're something in your life total. What? You just have more life. That's it. Wow, what an aspect. What an aspect. What a gift from the heavens. Let's what can we do with the bow? How far have we gone with the bow? Let me check. We've already beaten it on heat number 2. What about heat number 3? No, we haven't. We should do heat number 3, go as fast as possible with the bow. And let's try the new aspect. Let's go for it. Let's just unlock it. Dude. Okay, we're gonna try this. Whoa, that is wacky weird. It's a giant bolt. Oh my goodness. Giant bolt, and what the heck is this? Whoa. So any attack that I make affects the people that get hit by these. Also, you can update all of the, you can upgrade your, like, each aspect, but I can't do it because it's way too expensive. The bow does look super cool. Look at it. It's awesome. It's awesome. Okay, so if we're gonna do this run, let's see. If I'm gonna use the bow, is there any boon that I really, really want to have? Let's see. It's always nice to do Pierced Butterfly, but that's gonna be really tricky to do whenever we're speedrunning. Let's do this run blindfolded. Yes! All right, you guys, I'm putting on the blindfold. All right, I'm blindfolded, as you can see. Oh, wait, the cam's not on. I can't even see it through the... I can't even see my stream setup through the blindfold, though. Okay. Definitely not going to use the tooth. Maybe we'll do... Cosmic Egg is pretty awesome. You'd never lie to us. Certainly not. Last time that I didn't have a cam on the stream, I was playing this game and I was wearing a Japanese schoolgirl outfit that I was too shy to show off, so I just never turned on the cam. In the final encounter, each one takes 0 damage the first 5 hits. That's pretty nice. Let's do Pierce Butterfly and try to be as careful as possible. And I'll switch if I need to. Palm is nice, but we'll do this. Whammo! You're probably going to head out. You're going to set up your computer to lurk before I go. Oh, thank you, Blue Jay. That's very sweet of you. Oh, wow. But I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Hope that you get some sleep. We'll see you later, Blue Jay. It was nice to hang out with you. It was nice to hang out with you. All right, we're zooming. We're zooming with a brand new bow.
Why are some chambers in my house off limits? Someone deserving access would not
Limits.
ask.
So this is changing. This should change the boons, and I don't know what this is going to do. I don't know what limits is. You woke up about 2 hours ago? Then don't go to bed. Don't sleep. Keep those eyeballs open.
That. The message must have worked. Practically
Blue Jay, good luck with whatever you're doing then. If you're like,
wielded Cornoct myself,
if you're going to work on something, good luck.
If the fates are sending visions to me of its past or future bearers, why?
Oh yeah, we've got the fancy bow. Artemis noticed.
She noticed.
Your special stronger. Dash strike deals more damage. That's kind of nice. Definitely gonna do this. Special. Critical damage. Special stronger. We're gonna do that. Wham. Boom. Yeah, did you hear that little bong? That's because I wasn't hurt in that chamber. If I make it through a chamber without being damaged, then I will get a bonus. Get a bonus stacked up. So I need to be really careful to try to get that as best I can.
Thank the gods.
There it is again. Bong. Bong. Yes, please. I hope that we can get a dash. Please, please, please give me a dash. Give me a dash. Hello? I see money. I'm so scared. I'm so scared to get hit. Please don't hit me. Scared. Afraid. Frightened. Devastated. Whammo. Nice. Give me that money. Get the money and give a gift.
Lady Athena, I know
Oh, we'll see you later, Blue Jay. Enjoy the rest of your day. Gonna paint some new clay things. Ooh, nice.
That care and your determination.
Good luck, my friend. I'd love to see them whenever you finish them.
Perhaps there really is no time quite like the present when it comes to
I've got
showing
so
thanks to
much
one another, my dear cousin.
honey. I should probably just give it all
Open my
away.
eyes to the possibility, though I remain steadfast in my
Also,
resolve to
can
fight
that
for you.
owl on her finger fly? Because it looks like it's made out of gold. That does not look like a living owl. Does not look like an animal.
Despite whatever difficulties you've encountered, dear
Athena,
cousin,
you're an
again and
animal.
Again, you have never yielded. I must admit, your strength of will is quite inspiring. For even I have doubts from time to time.
I'm
It's all the
inspiring
clearer
even
to
to
me
a
why the
goddess.
Nick spoke so highly of you.
Pretty sure it can fly. I mean, just look at it. It doesn't look real. Phalanx shot, divine dash. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Why, Athena, you... Oh, what was that? What was that? What just popped up? Why did it just pop up on my screen like that? Does that mean that I'm about to Does that mean that I can give the last thing? Look, I can give the final heart. It looks like the lock went away. Yeah, but just popped up on the screen. Next thing that we can give to Athena, we will. Descend into madness. Or key. Frick, keys. We can finally have. That'll be my first bond. That made my first bond, and it's for one of my favorite boons. Hello, Chaos. The waters of Styx may wash away my mark. I can restore it? What? Cast deals more. Worthless. Dash strike. Worthless. Darkness is worth almost double. Each time you use your special, get hit for 3, but dash strike will be stronger. You don't really use a dash strike with a bow. Cast. Oh, this is garbage. These are all bad. I don't like any of these. I feel like literally I'd rather get more darkness than having a better cast. Cast is worthless. I'll take the darkness. Thank you very much. Yeah, pretty crappy die. Thankfully, not that bad of a not that bad of an effect the other direction either. So I hopefully won't get wasted. Oh, that deflect is gonna be nice. Hopefully, I can keep up that Crimson Butterfly. There's an achievement for getting really high Crimson Butterfly, and I don't think I've even gotten close, to be honest. It's just like building up, going through rooms without getting smacked. Not a single time. Not one smack, not two smack, not three smack, not boom. Bong. Oh, I should have probably thrown some ooh after you cast or hit with an attack or special, fire a seeking arrow. Ooh, that's really good. That's good. Supporting fire is, yeah, we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it. Basically, anything that we do will fire like a little bonus arrow. Yeah, best one. It's so good. It kind of breaks the game. I was only looking at the critical things because we already have critical on our special, but yeah, nothing else is as good as this. It's top tier business. Yeah, so this like effect is very strange. If I hit them with this little shooter, then any attack that I do will hit them. Even if I don't aim it at them, it'll still damage them. And we don't know what any of these effects are because of that curse that we took. You're fine Crimson Butterflying on the first stage, but you always lose a little damage to lava. I know, you just dip your toes in one time to the lava. Spear I'd probably be pretty good at doing Crimson Butterfly in the lava area. As long as I have that that weapon thing that we just had. That thing is so good. Where it like bounces between foes. Mamma mia. That's how you get stuff done.
You're gone.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to use this weapon thing. Make it so that it hits all of them at the same time. And trying to be super careful not to get hit. That was really close. Trove tracker. Ensure an infernal trove will spawn ahead. Ah, okay. Ensure a chaos gate will spawn ahead. For $50. Chaos gate? Another curse? Only got 3 minutes. We gotta hurry. I don't have time for chaos.
My chaos boon evolved a new effect.
Okay, good, because I need to get the heck out of here. I'm running out of time. I can't even buy anything. I'm poor. Let's get the heck out of here. I got 4 minutes. Got 4 minutes. It's probably because I'm taking my time with this Crimson Butterfly. I knew that that'd be kind of risky. Crimson Butterfly with a bow. You know this boy's gonna be careful. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Picked a different thing. Whammo. It just means that we'll die if we go too slow. Not a big deal. Just means that we'll lose the run. Not a big deal, pickle. And what's it for? A little attack bonus? Perfect. Yeah, look at me being cautious and stuff. Look at me being cautious and all that. Earl's trying to learn. Hilarious. Guess I'll just die then. Yeah, I've never gone too slow before, but we're halfway through now. Not looking good. Ooh. Oh yeah, those arrows are gonna wreck him. Our little bonus arrows that we got, absolute destruction.
That'll show you, at the risk of incurring your wrath.
There's some juice.
Gift of nectar. That's quite thoughtful of you, Zagreus. Normally don't care much for the stuff, but every now and then, I mean, why not?
Oh, you shush, Artemis. Just take it.
In the name of Hades.
The sneak is a surprisingly hard mini-boss. Yes, it is surprisingly difficult. Especially with the, yeah, whenever they show up right next to you and you have the bow. Yikes. After you deal critical damage to a foe, somebody's marked. Critical effects have more damage to armor, which is my special. I do like that. Hopefully I can, like, chomp through some enemies with that. Again, 2 minutes. Holy crap. I need to hurry up. See, like with these guys, I should focus on doing my special. Chomp through that armor. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, just blast. Just freaking blast. I just gotta hurry and hope that I don't get hit. Because I don't lose the effect of the Crimson Butterfly if I get hit, but I don't add any more to it. Gotta blast! Exactly, yeah. I'm scared to edit this. I don't want to go there. I don't want to hammer. No hammer. No hammer. Scared. Too scared. Baby mode activated. Gotta blast. You saw a kill. Boom. Big hit. I don't get it. Don't get hit. Don't get hit the game. Go, 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 go. Come on. Chop, chop. Where are you? Oh my gosh, there's a skulls over here. Whoa, there's a lot of them. Those bonus arrows are so nasty. Go. 1 minute. Ah, crap. Crap. 1 minute. This is faster. Oh. Go, go. Go, go, go. To the boss. 1 minute. Oh no. Not good. Oh, just skip. Come on. Just gotta go fast. Oh my gosh.
I'll make this quick.
Go, 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 go. I've only got 1 minute. Ah, nervous. I've got good things for just running around though. Go, 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 go. 45 seconds left. Oh, she doesn't stand a chance. Ah, whoa, 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 lady, please, 30 seconds. Come on. Let me kill you. Come on, lady. Oh, I ruined my Crimson Butterfly, of course. I mean, it's the boss. What do I expect? Come on. 20 seconds. 20 freaking seconds. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Oh, 15 seconds.
I did it.
15 seconds. Did you see me just taking damage going? Did you see me just standing there just taking damage so that I could do a couple of big hits? Yikes. I really need to hurry. Okay, do I need to just take the eye? I think I gotta just take the crimson. I gotta take the crimson off, you guys. I'm taking way too much time. I cannot take these risks. Oh my gosh. Okay, what's the thing that makes me go the fastest? Palm Blossom's great. It just give me some random palms as I play. Let's do that. That's always nice. Every 4 encounters, we'll just get a bonus. It'll just upgrade one of my boons for free. Okay, this time we're gonna go fast because we don't have any bonus time now. We've got no rollover minutes. Got no rollover minutes from AT&T, T-Mobile. Thank you for the hype for the chat. Let's go. Let's get the heck out of here. We only got 7 minutes. I ain't going to no treasure area. I don't need your treasure. I should not have turned on double speed run on whenever I'm using the bow. Am I crazy? At least this bow is kind of souped up for specials, though. And deflect. Specials and deflect, pretty good. Pretty good combo there. I like it. It should, I mean, deflect should make me go faster in theory. Ooh, especially if I get smacked right in the face by it. That'll help. Yeah, I need to hit him with those spicy combos. Oh, geez. Excuse me. Deuce's older sister looking kind of shady over here. Yes.
Easy does it.
Easy does it.
I could give another... I wonder if I can give another packet of juice. Oh, hello. I did not notice you there. Not very good. Not very good attack. I will spam this then. Thank you. Where's the rest of these sorry suckers? Oh. Yikes. It's gonna be a yikes for me, dog. Ooh, nice smacks.
To be the last of his lot.
Okay, cut those shields, man. Chop those shields down to size. That's exactly right. Oh yeah, I don't have to worry about getting damaged now. Thank goodness. I got nervous for a second. Like, did I already get hit?
There we go.
Can't give any more. Can't give any more honey. This is a great call. This is my favorite call, I think. Dash strike. I will definitely not replace that. After you deal critical damage, they're marked. I mean, that's nice, but best call and it's already epic. We're doing that. I never get to use calls because I always find them stinky. Fastest. That's what we need. Already 6 minutes. Packs make me so anxious. Yeah, I gotta hurry die.
Someone to spend some
I gotta go. Dionysus, are you freaking kidding me? Oh, I'm not wasting my money. I'm out of here. I don't want your garbage, you stupid boatman. You stupid boatman with your crappy gifts.
Barge of death, you're here.
You're here. Thank goodness. This is not gonna be very nice. Who's the VA? He sounds familiar. I don't know. They're great voice actors, but I don't know any of them by name. I don't think that they're particularly famous. I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe they are, and I'm done. Boom. Boom. Okay, first thing to do, cut off the shields. Smack both of them with that arrow, and then boom. It hits both of them. Bam. So slow. So slow. Ooh, impervious. Great. At least I can deflect most of this nonsense. Ooh, that was dumb. Ooh, that was bad. Oh, no. It's following me. Stop following me. I need more dashes if I can. Where's my speedy boy? Go.
Hello, Lord Ares.
Go. 4 minutes left.
She would protect you from your enemies, whilst I would rather that you slay them and be done.
All right, Ares, what do we got? If you take damage, inflict doom. That's kind of nice. After slaying a foe, your next attack deals more damage. Let's do that. That's always a nice one. Darian Korb does them. Oh, yeah. Darian Korb is the is also the singer for all of these games that are done by Supergiant. I'm a big fan of Supergiant. I've loved their games ever since I was a kid. I literally have just listened to the soundtrack for their games for more time than I've played any of their games. I love the soundtrack for being sloppy. I'm literally gonna lose a life now.
Keep them coming.
I want to go fast. For Bastion, I've listened to the Bastion soundtrack like a million billion times. I love it so much. At least this fires off bonus arrows, but it's so slow. I've only got 3 minutes left. So nerve-wracking, dude. What'd you say? But you've never played Transistor on Steam? I have play. Oh, on stream. No, I have not. You are right. I don't have time for these big battles. Yes, I've never played Transistor. I didn't really enjoy the game too much. It was okay, but it's definitely my least favorite of all their games. The music's beautiful though, as you would expect. The art's beautiful. I'm sure it's good for that style of game, but it's just not my style. This bow kind of stinks, but maybe I'm just a weakling. I don't know, but I don't have time for this nonsense. 2 minutes left now. And what am I gonna fight Bonehead with 1 minute on the clock again? I don't think so. I don't even have abilities that are gonna let me beat that snake easily either. Yeah, I just used a call, so what? So what? We're gonna lose because I'm going too slow. Ah, should've, coulda, woulda.
There's not much new worth mentioning up here, though. Looks like you have got your hands.
You have a recording of you singing Setting Sail, Coming Home to Bastion somewhere with someone I dated for a bit. Beautiful. Guy, I would kill to have a listen to that. I would kill or listen to that. I love that song. Okay, fastest room is a shop. Because literally the only thing that I can do is just go as fast as possible now. Oh my gosh, and they all suck. Let's fight the bone monster with 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what are you gonna do for 2 minutes?
And I missed you too.
2 minutes to kill this stupid snake.
Kenny, no killing.
Awkward, do you want to watch me beat this game or not?
There's gonna be death. There's gonna be destruction. And there's gonna be a whole lot of shooting. And I've got 1 minute. 2 minutes, I mean, sorry.
2 minutes to defeat Lerny, the Bone Hydra. My brain is killing me, BRB. Oh no! Stupid headache, go away. Go take care of your headache, my friend. Stinky brain. How dare. Okay, we broke it. I was just dodging away from it. I should have dodged towards it. Okay. 1 minute. We're gonna lose a life, probably. But we've only got 1 minute left. What can I do? I just gotta go as fast as possible. Go. Go. This bow is a mess. Okay, chop chop. Come on, I got 59 seconds. Oh, jeez. I mean, I expected nothing less, but I just don't have time. I got 45 seconds. We're gonna lose. I've never died to this before. Yikes. It's this weapon. Shouldn't have done it with this weapon. Just careless. Look at that. I'm not even gonna... Am I even gonna beat his minions? Got my great call. Come on. Blast him. Oh! Oh, 15 seconds again. I can't believe that the greater call killed him in one shot. Oh my god. 15 seconds with 3 lives, 3 health. Oh my god. 15 seconds again. This is horrible. This is horrible. This is how this pain is extended. Extended pain for the low price. Low price. Oh my gracious. I cannot believe that this game's letting me limp along. My stomach's doing backflips from this lad. I thought we'd be dead. We should have just died. Should have died back then. Not waited. I got 2 lies, 50. I should probably use a maybe. Could use a tooth. No, we mustn't. We mustn't use a tooth. That would be silly. That would be silly. We're gonna continue to boost our palms because we flippin' need it.
To the top.
Oh boy, this is only gonna get harder. We're gonna need to use every trick in the book, and I haven't even read it. Yeah, that's definitely not one of the tricks I'm gonna use though. Should have re-rolled that. That's okay.
Chariots.
Oh my gosh, look how much damage they take. Oh my gosh, we are dead. We are dead. We do so little damage. I do not like this hidden aspect. Look at that. Fully charged bow. Yikes. That's a yikes for me, dog. I mean, we don't even have a boon on it right now, but still. Are normal things this bad? Oh my gosh, I just want to give up. I just want to give up. This is a throne run, you guys. This was thrown whenever I picked this whenever I picked this weapon and those effects, this run was ruined. I should have picked different ones. I would have rather them have more health or just about anything, but this timer is gonna... I have to hurry, and I can't hurry with this weapon. Especially not with this aspect, which is shockingly bad. Maybe it can be used to your advantage, but cannot be used to my advantage.
Time for a change.
Okay, let's see. Maybe we can do something. Maybe we can do something funky fresh with a hammer. I don't know. I don't know if the hammer has different effects whenever you're using an aspect. Well, at least we unlocked Athena's like final level of relationship. It's something. It's something. Better than nothing. Because this run is diddly darn thrown, I'm afraid. Yeah, man. Never have I wanted to have melee this bad. Silver lining, indeed. You're always making progress in this game, no matter what. Even if you mess up and you can't break the game. Yeah, I mean, because of how the random of the game works, sometimes you kind of get dealt a bad hand. I kind of dealt myself a bad hand. I definitely put this one on me, but yeah, sometimes you get dealt a really good hand and you just destroy the game. A little bit of give and take. A game like this. Boom. They come back here. Look, I can't even hit them. I just don't want to suffer. I'm gonna suffer trying to just make it through the rest of this. I can't even stun them with my special. Doesn't even stun. Oh my gosh. I don't want to give up, but I guess this is practice. Did you stay still? Look at how many hits it takes. Goodness. Attack deals 300% in an area, but it charges up slower. Oh my gosh. Your attack. Oh, look at this. Another silver lining. This is good. This is a fated choice. I'll take it. We'll get a mission done soon enough. I'll take a fated choice anytime. Yeah, nice. Hey, look, triple. It's kind of cool. I don't know if we can like use a great advantage on that, but it's pretty cool anyway.
Business.
Nothing new here. A shame. Resist some damage. Let's do that.
I'm all worked up.
Save a tiny bit of money. Hey, let's do another hammer. Let's go for it. Maybe we'll find another. This is ridiculous looking. I love how they grow so slowly. It's great. It looks very silly. Because y'all all line up. Let me beat y'all up. Oh my gosh, we're barely able to defeat wagons. For reference, these wagons are normally pretty easy to defeat. Even with any weapon. Any weapon should be able to defeat these big wagons pretty easy. You hit them like 3-4 times, they're dead. These little wagons, they're a little fast. They scare me. They scare me, I'm not gonna lie. Never been so scared of a meowing wagon before. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. New hammer. Ah, no new hammer. The meow meow wagons again. You might be back. Gonna play mobile games? Oh, all right. Have fun, my friend. Gonna go play a mobile game. It's B-Star. Because it's music, it stops the stream. Oh, I see. Well, good luck with your music game, my friend. We'll see you later, awkward. Your attack deals 300 in an area, but charges slower. It's up to 3 foes. Your attack. Creates a blast wave around you. What? An emanating wave of force that knocks away foes and destroys most projectiles. What? Celestial? What is this? Alternate moveset, wide, heavy attack, bouncing triple shot special? What? What is all of this stuff? I don't know which one of these would break the game more. Hits up to 3 foes. So we'll try that.
Perfect.
Well, I mean, Zag said it was perfect. I'll believe you, lad. Let's go to Athena. What the heck? I wish that we could give her more juice, but I don't think that we're allowed to. Oh, this is like the worst boss for us to fight in our current stage. That's so sucky. Or well, I mean that arrow is very Pogaroo. Yeah, well, it's not too bad. No, just gotta focus on these seeds so that they don't turn into enemies. But it looks like we're out of time. Yep, there's already enemies. Oh, the butterflies! Yikes! Oh no. The more time that I take, the longer enemies have time to spawn. Ah! What a mess! What a mess! Whew, I threw that whenever I started it. That game was over whenever I chose those effects. He just chuckles. He's just chuckling. Well, it was fun. It was fun. I'm glad that we had this stream together, you guys. I'm glad that we got to talk to our buddy at Chili's.
The hidden aspect of the Heartseeker. Lady Artemis
Oh, this
herself told
is
me the
not
words,
gonna
and
unlock anything.
It seems Koronok belonged to, maybe will belong to somebody called
Yeah,
Rama.
it was fun, Di.
Furious with
I like
the bow,
switching up the
even among
games.
gods.
Switching things up, playing some stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna try to, I don't know, for a little while maybe.
I'm not to judge a vision from an ancient weapon such as
Try to
that.
take it easy with the
I hope this
streamies,
Rama
like,
shall
you know,
use his
just,
weapon wisely when the time comes.
I don't
Same
know,
as
kind of
you.
kick back, hang out a little bit. Take it easy. Don't push myself so hard.
I have this feeling that he will.
I think we'll do maybe some hangout streams for a little while. While I figure some stuff out. And then we can get back with our nonsense and go crazy. Juggle all the time, scream at the top of my lungs. Especially by the time that the 20th rolls around. Then we'll do something special for the 2-year anniversary, but I don't know. I'm feeling some chill streams coming up at some point.
And if you ever need anything at all, Your Royalness, you can always find me wide awake.
I've been spoiled with Darren's streams now.
Really shouldn't leave my post like this.
Now I've been spoiled. Been spoiled with just hanging out with people.
I truly appreciate it.
Vibin'.
Tell me something, boy. Zagreus. Why did you do all this?
Because I don't like you, Dad. Because I hate to be here.
At a certain point, you must have learned the way I felt about her.
Your mom? My mom? Oh, my mom. So no chaos? No, there'll still be chaos.
I didn't often stop.
Do you think that I could stop being chaotic awkward? I don't think so. Even if I tried to, I don't think I could stop being chaotic.
Doing you any favors was never a priority, Father. Just an
All
I
right.
see.
Oh.
I appreciate your candor. Nevertheless,
Different pose.
I thank you. I do not know how you accomplished what you did, but know that I am grateful for the outcome, even if I failed to act like it much of the time.
Dude. Dad. That's so wholesome.
You're welcome.
Oh, what? Fully unlocked? Dude. Fully unlocked? Bruh.
Father, I know we can't exactly change the past, but
Is that because we beat him? No, we didn't even beat him this time. We didn't even beat him this time. We just unlocked every slot. Nice. I still haven't forged a bond with a single person.
Dispose of this properly.
Papa. Papa, you love me now. Hey, Monster, you're still here. Oi. Or you just came back. Monster, yeah. I'm staying up too late. It's too late. It's midnight. This is because I started, it's because I started so late. I started like 3 hours late. Good Lord. Ooh, something from everyone, it says. Oh, so did I just unlock his trinket? Oh, snap. Also, hi, Slimy Raccoon. What's up? Oh. Ooh.
What's this one do?
It's the last one, I think. Your call becomes Hades' aid, which briefly makes you invisible. Your God gauge starts at 10%. Invisible. That sucks. That sucks. But at least we've got every one of these. I guess I don't know what these like chthonic things are. I haven't gotten that far yet. Kato Pokey Nerd, what's up? Here comes the boy. Look at him. He's rolling in. What a cutie. Look at that cutie roll. What a baby. What an absolute baby. Kato, good to see you. Such a late stream, I know. We're just hanging out. We're hanging out, listening to some jams over here. Ooh. Rosaris, good to see you. Look at that boy go. Look at that wild buffet. Wah! Wah! Also, Gold Bear, you were lurking. You've been tired since you've been up. Whoa! Go to bed, Gold Bear.
You gotta go to sleep. Go, Bear.
What are you doing awake at this hour? Put my shreds to
How has it been for you of late, Nix? Having Mother here again for old time's sake?
Son, I'm not angry, but I must show. Did you just get a new sub, Kato? Kato, did you get a new sub? And you're wanting to show off all of the beautiful emotes? Are you showing all the beautiful emotes? Kato,
Reminiscent of an older time,
you seem angry.
but is now very different, child.
You're actually going to watch the playback. Didn't expect to see you, but it makes me happy. Hooray. Rosera, I didn't even know that you stay up this late. Yeah, this is what happens whenever I have a 3-hour late stream. Ah, also, Alchemic, did you say, or imagine this. You could do what you want. This is what I want. I was trying to describe what I wanted.
Oh, right. So are you getting on
I'm trying, okay? I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want. I'm all over the place.
Your birth mother.
I'm all over the place. I never know.
Her presence has been welcome here, I think.
I wake up in the morning and I think of like 4 different things to do, and I think, I don't know what to do. I look at all the movies that I can watch and I say, I don't know what to watch. Look at the games and I say, I don't know what to play.
So too.
Look at my friends list and say, I don't know who to hang out with. I'm lost. Also, did I ever even chop that fancy fish? I guess we did. Also, Dat Avatar. I know, it's so cute. It's so cute. I love it. I love it. In fact, Arisa, I'm hoping I can get her to give me an alternate version with the mouth open, and I'll make it animate whenever I talk, if I ever want to relax. You got a diamond for it. Yeah, that's what it was. The big one. Holy crap. Orpheus is popping off over here. Oh my gosh, my guy. Holy moly. So it looks like we've already gotten all good stuff. So the best thing we could do is earn money if we go to Suckland. Well, I get Dark Thirst. Well, your weapon's Dark Thirst. Oh, if I use this specific weapon, that's kind of stinky. Smells bad. I think we're gonna do this one.
hereby authorizing this
Gives us a
expedition.
little bonus in case that we get stuck with a crappy room. Nice, nice, nice.
Listen to him, contractor.
Excuse me? You got any goodies? Ambrosia. Ambrosia for 2 blood? I don't even have 2 blood, I don't think. For gifting to close friends. Improving special items. What? Improving special items. This game is playing with my heart. The first Christmas, I gave you my heart. And the very next day, you gave it away. Oh, what? Kim, good to see you. Hi there. Did you go to bed at a decent time and you actually woke up? Oh, what? Kim, I'm proud of you. Proud of you. I have exactly 2 blood. But how much ambrosia do I have? I got 17 of them. Good grief. Good grief.
Prophecy.
Charlize Brown. What are these? House contractor upgrade things. I see. Okay, Squirrely Beans, enjoy the stream. Oh, I think we're gonna call it a night. We've been playing games for 5 hours and it's midnight. It's midnight and it's 10 p.m. for other people. 71 escape attempts. Nice. I guess we'll go to bed, you guys. Y'all sleepy? Y'all sleepy? Ready for sleepy? Yes. All right. We're gonna call it a night, you guys. I'm gonna save right here. In fact, I don't even have to save. It saves automatically. Sweet. Well, you guys, hope you enjoy the streamies. I think, let's see, does this music keep playing whenever I click off the screen? It does not. It does not. Then I will close the game. I'll close the game and turn on some music then. Oh man, that's way too relaxing. All right, you guys, hope you enjoyed the games. It was lots of fun to hang out with you guys. I love y'all all very much, and it was great to hang out with y'all. Very chill streams, very comfy, very fun frog game that I enjoyed. Frog game was great. You ready to get some water and start doing some work? You can do it. You can do it, my friend. Get that work done. All right, we're gonna raid somebody, raid a friend of ours. Let's go say hi to, what do you say, Human One? What do you say we go say hi to Human One? They're just chatting, chill and vibing Monday, short chats and playing what? What's she playing? She go say hi to Human One. She's a sweet bean. She's a sweet bean, and I will definitely drop her a lurk while I eat some dinner. Let's see, short chats and playing Gris for the first time. I don't know what Gris is, but let's go find out. Let's go find out and say hi to Human One. You guys, I'll see y'all later. Get some rest. I'm looking forward to all your stream vibes over the next little while. Oh, wow. Die. It's always nice to hang out with you. I'm going to go pass out. All right. Have a good time. Go Bear. Enjoy passing out. Good night, Crane Couple. It was nice to hang out with y'all. We should play some spookies together. We need to play some spookies. I don't know if y'all have Tower, the Tower game that Kuri's currently obsessed with, but I think I'm going to pick it up tonight. And I'd be down to play Phasma with y'all if y'all want to, offline, or if you want me to play while y'all are streaming. I'm good with either one of those. Spooktober. I'm sweating already. Oh my goodness. The sweat is dripping. Please, music as I say goodbye. Please. YouTube. I pay $10 a month for this. $10 a month for a broken website. Thanks a lot. Anyway, you guys, a Spooktober Tower. Imagine paying $20 for a VR chat that doesn't even have VR. Imagine. I probably will. But nights, darling Starlet. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna get the stream, the raid started after I type in. I'm gonna say human number 1 in my heart. Human number 1 in my heart. Maybe that's kind of a weird message. That doesn't even make any sense, like grammatically speaking. That's kind of strange. Because it doesn't, I mean, I could say you're number 1 to us. You're human number 1 to us, because my heart is weird as a group. It's strange. Yeah, I'm gonna say human number 1 to us, maybe? Yeah, how does it not sound weird as a group? But number 1 to us. Grammars for losers. Die, I see what you did there. Human number one to us. It's a horrible message. A horrible job. A horrible job, you guys. There we go. You can put the message in the chat if you want to. And I'm gonna open up my other dashboard because Twitch is a complete mess. And I will say like all of my good nights before I get out of here too quickly. Hang on. Let me check the users in the chat. Thank you, Alchemic, for watching over the chat. Thanks, Di, for being a mod as well. Arisa popped in. Lens was here. Jedi I didn't see, but that's all right. We'll see Jedi sometime soon. Thank you, mods, for watching over. I appreciate it. Didn't even have to deal with any bots today. Nice. Thank you so much, VIPs, Celestial22, Kuri, Lime Meringue, Opsty, Rosera, Tayaki. The Crane couple is a fantastic time, and thank you everybody else. I super duper appreciate it. Breezy's in danger of being a VIP soon enough. Oh, wow. The Crane couple, they're so sweet. And thank you so much, Anonymous, for the 10,000 bits. 10,000 bits during the stream. I super duper appreciate it. And thank you so much to the let's check. 17 subs, you guys. I appreciate it. Y'all are still very sweet. Even in a chill stream, y'all still come out and represent. I appreciate it. Nice to finally have time to sit back and chat for a bit again. Yeah, Crane couple, it always seems like we're working hard. We're streaming all the time, so all I can ever do is just raid you or you raid me. It's just how it is. We've been busy beans, but someday we'll be able to hang out and gamble IRL. Either like real gambling or like Crane gambling. Either one. We'll definitely hang out and meet someday, and it'd be fun. But Anonymous, still a gold star supporter. It's true. How does one become VIP? Well, you've got the brown badge, so you're on your way. You're on your way, Awkward. I normally will wait for a silver badge at least. Normally wait for the silver badge. There's been like a couple of exceptions, but I normally at least wait for that. I need to make a more sane way to get VIP, maybe using channel points. But y'all are gonna sucker me into staying here. We gotta go. It's late. Everybody, get some wonderful sleep. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. If you're staying up, if you just woke up, hope you have a good day today. And yeah, if it's just the afternoon, I hope you get some stuff done before the evening gets upon us. But love you guys very much. Yeah, we need to go through those VIPs, delete some of them. We gotta delete some of these VIPs, some of these chumps. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with me at midnight. You goofy streamer out here with his midnight streams. Y'all really stuck with me, and I super appreciate it. All right, we'll see you later. Kim, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Awkward. Bye-bye, Tayaki-san, the Crane couple, Alchemic. We'll see you later. Bye-bye, everybody. Thanks for being here. Rosera, see you later. Darling Starlet, thanks for being here. The King of Squirrel, 99. I will see you guys later. Beep, boop. What? Thanks for watching the streams. I don't have a camera to turn on. Otherwise, I would be like,
hey there. Thanks for watching.